Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 17th Northwest Children's Foundation Forum. We are really excited to have so many of you join us for what we think is a fascinating discussion about new advances in neuroscience, specifically the role of the nervous system in healing trauma and building resilience. The genesis of today's forum comes from a SCAN project we started last year. The SCAN involved a series of interviews with experts, thoughtful experts in our field. The goal was to talk with these folks about what they saw as the brightest, most hopeful shifts on the horizon that could make children's lives better. So we asked, what breakthroughs are you seeing that are advancing our field? What critical research should we be aware of? What might be transformative for children and youth, especially those leading really difficult lives? We found these conversations so inspiring and enlightening, we named the project the Bright Lights Big Idea Scan. One such interview took place last February, almost exactly a year ago, and it really caught our imagination. During our Zoom call with her, Dr. Linda Chamberlain told us, what we have focused on for so long in the trauma field is the brain. Not realizing that the first response is in the body, and that it's the body that tells the brain what to do. Kids can learn how their brains and nervous systems work, and those that do are more resilient. Wait, what? Children can be taught how their nervous systems function? We were riveted and on the edge of our seats as we listened to how this new science is changing the way we think about trauma-informed approaches. Therefore, we couldn't be more thrilled to present Dr. Chamberlain this morning so she can share her passion for translating neuroscience into user-friendly tools. I hope light bulbs will go on for you as they did for us. And you're not going to want to miss this afternoon. You're going to meet 4 remarkable individuals, each of whom will show us the different ways they use brain-body practices in their work. So today, we are going to focus on the ways of healing and building resilience for all of us. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey, and thank you for the important work that you do every day. Now I'd like to introduce my colleague, Adrienne Hiley, our Chief Program Officer. Adrienne?
Thank you, Victoria, and hello to all of you. I am delighted to be with you again this year. For those of you that are just getting to know us, I'd like to share a little bit about Northwest Children's Foundation. We are 39 years and strong. Our mission at Northwest Children's Foundation remains the same. We're about breaking the intergenerational cycle of child abuse, neglect, and trauma. Northwest Children's Foundation is a nonprofit, and we are a public foundation, which means we raise money from the community and invest it back in specifically to break the intergenerational cycle of childhood trauma. And we do this in 2 primary ways. First, we make strategic grants to agencies working on the front lines with children and families. And since 1985, we have invested more than $21 million in programs in our region. So for our agency partners that are listening, we salute you and thanks for being with us today. The second way we invest in our community is by providing transformational education and training experiences, like this forum today on child well-being and the new science of trauma. Bringing together a cross-section of our community like this to learn together is vital to strengthening us as a community and our field of child and youth advocates. So I hope you can tell I am super excited to be a part of this collective learning opportunity today and to be sharing the experience with all of you. This year, we are expanding today's educational experience by offering 2 post-forum interactive skills building workshops with our featured speaker, Dr. Linda Chamberlain. Lucky participants will have the opportunity to go deeper with Dr. Chamberlain. So a little tip, registration is limited and there are only a few remaining spots. So please check out our workshop registration information on the forum landing page. Now I'd just like to share a few reminders to optimize your learning experience today. First, please take note of the helpful resources that are included on the landing page. You'll find things like our program, which includes the schedule and speaker bios. You'll also find information about continuing education credits. And last but not least, our forum feedback survey. We really want, let me rephrase that. We really need to hear from you. Your input will help inform our planning for next year's forum. Another tip that I like to provide is that you have an option to view features like closed captioning and chat. This particular slide that's in front of you now highlights how to make changes based on your preferences. And finally, a recording of today's forum will be available for on-demand viewing and will remain available through July. We will email you to confirm when it's ready. And if this educational experience impacts you in the way that I know that it will, please invite others to register and watch as well. Thanks again for being with us today. Victoria, back to you.
Thanks, Adrienne. To begin our program, I'd like to introduce our opening speaker, a longtime partner in our forums, Dr. Ben Danielson. He's an exceptional pediatrician who has dedicated his life to underserved children and families in our region. He's a bold and beloved advocate fighting against racial inequities and fighting for equal access to healthcare. For 20 years, he served as the medical director of Odessa Brown Children's Clinic, based out of Seattle's Central District. Dr. Ben currently directs ASHE, a new center working to end youth incarceration in Washington State. He is adamant in his belief that every young person, no matter what their path has been, and no matter what they've been subjected to, has the potential to do amazing things. Many of you know Dr. Ben's list of professional affiliations is extensive. He chairs the Washington State Governor's Interagency Council on Health Disparities, is a board member of King County's Children and Youth Advisory Board, as well as the University of Washington Foundation, Casey Family Programs, and the Center for Children and Youth Justice. And I could go on. But for all these titles and affiliations, one would be hard-pressed to find a more humble and gentle human being. Dr. Ben's talk today is titled, "How is your liberation going?" Dr. Ben?
Thank you so much, Victoria. And I am so thrilled to be part of this gathering again. It's great to see you and Adrienne, and I'm looking forward to how this day plays out. I'm very honored to be part of this gathering again this year, to share some semi-random thoughts with you all. This is becoming a very welcome tradition for me. This event is kind of like a continuous evolving conversation, interrupted by kind of year-long pauses sometimes. But the topics, the concepts, the themes, they're part of a river. They flow together and move us along in our thinking. I'm looking forward to where the conversation and discourse will take us this year, where the river will bend. Our amazing speakers are all highly talented and accomplished. You'll hear about important and grounding advances in neuroscience and healing and trauma. And there's also a dynamic, spontaneous, and organic element to this event. Things kind of reveal themselves in the flowing course of discussions. Ideas get channeled, become built upon the contents and currents of other ideas. I get to be part of the launch for today. Just to be clear, the real experts, the real wisdom comes later. My comments are not as cultivated or brilliant as the speakers. Mine are just some ponderings or something. And I thought that this year I would sort of talk as if we're all in conversation with each other. So, how are you doing in this time we're existing in? I think existing is the apt word. There seems to be a lot to endure these days, and yet also still a lot to do as well. How are you doing? How are your people? How are our young people? And really, how are you doing? How's your liberation going? Oh, we're going to get into it now. I don't just casually ask, how's it going? This isn't just a shallow greeting. I think we deserve something more meaningful these days. I really do want to know how you are. I'm talking to your heart. If we were in person, just the two of us or the few of us, when I ask you how you are, I would wait. I would clear my mind of distractions and I would listen attentively for your response. I would offer you my full regard. I would honor what you share. I would offer to support you in any way I could. I care about you. I care about us. We're connected. How are our youth these days? There's so much to be concerned and consternated by. New York City just declared social media a public health hazard, placing it up there with guns and smoking. Anxiety, depression, suicidality, and just plain inability to cope are reaching new heights, especially among young people. Mental health needs are being mistreated or more likely go untreated. And for so many, the disenfranchisement of voting rights, of access to historically accurate education, y'all know what I'm talking about, of personally meaningful healthcare, of the freedom to make choices, they're affecting us all. They're affecting our abilities to care for those we love. Meta systems, those combinations of interwoven and interacting systems, use fear, hate, racism, oppression as amplifiers. They seek out too many of our young and add more trauma to their already pre-existing trauma. Even our approach to supporting our youth can have a quixotic effect. As we provide services for our young, sometimes it seems like we're still implying, despite our intentions and cognitive awareness, that it's just about trying to fix broken youth, that they are the locus of the problem. Our communities are being subjected to profound challenges. As we strive within our communities to do the things we do, there's something happening here. There's something going on. There's a systemic effort out there to exhaust and tear down our community leaders, to scramble and dissemble our community organizations, formal and informal. Sometimes we ourselves are laterally destructive, doing our own tearing down. In my mind, this is through pain lobbed nearby instead of cast to truer sources further away. We're all dealing with a lot. It won't work to just hold our breath, hold on, wait things out for a while. It won't do to wait for someone else to do the thing. It won't do to just wait. As we look ahead, the horizon for 2024 looks more ominous and with clouds filling the skies. But this can't be a time to just shelter in place. We can't decide to take this year off. We can't choose to set down our liberatory tools. This is not the year to loosen our grip on our liberation. There are growing numbers, growing in power, who are intent upon wrenching your liberation from your hands. So I want to know how you really are. Not only because I know you're dealing with a lot, but also because we need you. All your good work is just that much more important right now. All your best efforts could not have come at a more worthy time. And all the less than best efforts of those around you deserve all the grace you can offer. We need you to cultivate your joy. All the joy that you can breathe into any moment is that much more precious. The way we show up, the ways we move, the things we do carry extra meaning. Our approaches to everything we do right now needs to be intentional. We need to connect ourselves clearly and plainly to a deeper purpose, a deeper why. Our common fabric, the thing that weaves us together, has to be acknowledged and tended to. The way we care about each other has to be more explicit. So I'm asking you, how are you? I care about you. I want you to be ultra present right now. I want you to move with a clear sense of purpose, a heightened sense of resolve. We all got to be dialed in to our liberation. What's that? How am I doing? I'm trying. I think I'm doing more hustle than flow these days. Hustle versus flow. This is a formulation that author, professor, activist Sean Ginwright talks about in a book called The Four Pivots. Dr. Ginwright is well known to this annual event. His contributions to this continuing river are profound. Hustle versus flow. The churning and reactive shifting versus the laminar, rhythmic, and synchronous flow that accelerates you towards transformation. I wish I were closer to the flow side of the equation. I owe that to the people I work with, partner with, endeavor with. And I also embrace the emerging learning that comes with knowing I'm not quite flowing. I embrace that the best bits of insight so often come in the spaces of imperfect action, of error and struggle. The best learning is offered in the most imperfect moments of being human. I really urge us to embrace that. There's something happening here. Transformational change might have been in the air a few years ago. Now an atmospheric river of inhumanity is inundating us, fomenting the erosion of some of our hardest fought gains, from inklings of transformation towards disintegrating erosion and everything in between. And this time, I offer that our liberation requires that we practice greater strategy. This requires a careful understanding of what's happening to our bodies, a better awareness of the impacts occurring deep inside us and passing between us. Our learning and unlearning, as you'll hear today, pair up to prime the pump for our liberation. Harm, hope, and healing form a pyramidic triptych. These things fortify our breathing, strengthen us, propel our liberation. All of us, you will feel and know as you listen to our speakers today. The struggle is real, y'all. So too is the brilliance. And we have to keep growing and pivoting. The journey is not a straight line. In nature, as in humanity, a worthy journey, a great migration comes with many non-linear paths. The struggle is real. We're ushered forward by being connected to a profound purpose. My view is that the best descriptor of that purpose is the word liberation. Although we don't always come at it that way, I think we get misdirected. Articulating our purpose of how we chart our journey can feel daunting. It can seem easier to describe what we don't want than it is to articulate what we do want. Most of your daily efforts are bound by the urgent, confined to the attempt to eliminate the things you don't want to see. You strive to reduce harms, eliminate pain, take bad things out of the picture. You know, it reminds me of something. My hippie mom and my sisters are artists. I'm definitely not much of one. I don't know, maybe being a non-artist surrounded by artists makes you even more appreciative of art in your own way. Anyway, one concept I've come across in the art realm is something called the presence of absence. It's a rendering style that emphasizes something that is absent in the actual art piece. Now, please be kind. This is my amateurish and non-artist view of what that means. Any corrections in the chat are welcome. The presence of absence. In artwork, the effect can evoke a number of feelings, a longing for something or someone that belongs there, a sense that someone or something was just there or is about to be there, the presence of something missing, perhaps in a way more deeply, the presence of absence in art, at least, may be implying that what is visually absent is still there, still has its impact on that space. The presence of absence. I wonder how it influences us outside the art world. Sometimes I think this is akin to how we come to talk about our purpose, our journey. We tend to describe our personal and societal purpose through a vivid description of what we don't want. Our very concept of solutions, of our goals, of our work, of our measurement, of our basic understanding of things can become rooted in a dogged focus on the elimination of what we don't want. We aspire for the presence of absence. To me, it feels like this approach so fully dominates our lexicon, our actions, our rationales, and even the way we resource our work, the way budgets are made and programs are funded, such that there is a bit of a crowding out effect. Even in our best intended work, we dedicate ourselves to the elimination of disparities, to anti-racism and all manner of its kin. We are anti-oppression and become keenly expert in what oppression looks like. We orient our vision of the future toward the presence of its absence. A world without that thing we fight passionately against. This makes me want to ask, what might we want to be there when we're done eliminating things? Has an elimination focus adequately served us? We are so trained in the absence of wellness through a studied undertaking and understanding of what it looks like to be unwell, whether that means physical illness, mental health needs, or an injustice. We're rewarded for holding vast expertise over the details of illness and injustice. We're not asked to lend as much attention to what the presence of wellness and the presence of justice really look like. With micrometric accuracy, we calculate aliquots of trauma. With algorithmic precision and acronym-rich categories, we measure harm. We've gotten really good at describing people and communities by what's absent, what is lost, the infant mortality rate, the maternal mortality rate, the education gap, the economic gap. I wonder sometimes, okay, more than sometimes, if it feels, and it feeds the idea of rescuing people, treating wounds, fixing people, and starves the idea of reimagining and redesigning our metasystems. Because reimagining and redesigning might involve articulating the presence of something rather than merely describing the absences. Does our preoccupation with elimination get in the way of creation? Are we too consumed by the depiction of the presence of absence? Even in the midst of our most troubling concerns, like experiencing trauma, are we only dwelling in the things lost due to trauma? I don't deny the harm of toxic forms of trauma, and I don't wish anyone, even people I don't vibe with, to experience toxic trauma. I'm offering a probably controversial thought that the impact of even toxic trauma is not monovalent. There is some both and thinking here. Trauma is bad, and traumas also inform some remarkable brilliances. Someone who faces great trauma is not just greatly broken. One's agency, voice, or decision-making must not be rendered null by how we think of them when we say they are traumatized. And the absence of trauma is not the same as the presence of actively living into our purpose. It's kind of like weeding without sowing. It isn't the same as growing our garden of liberation. A related concern about this deficit-focused approach, the absence approach, is that well-intentioned efforts at reforms based on deficits can be a trap. I think about reforms efforts in the youth incarceration realm, sentencing reform efforts, diversion programs, alternatives to incarceration. They focus with good reason on the harm that trauma has done. This is important and appropriate in so many ways, and maybe it's also a bit of a trap. I just wonder how this can further rob someone of their agency. The more a person is defined by deficits, the easier it becomes to take their rights away. A similar trap exists in the deficit-focused way brain science is sometimes talked about in efforts to advance youth incarceration reforms, at least. Again, the concept and its incorporation are extremely important in the legal realm, and to me, the language can also invite risks that are not intended. The discussion gets centered on the idea that youth and young adult brains are not done developing yet, which I think is inaccurate. Their brains may function differently, but not deficiently. Someone or the law could conclude from this that youth voices are less credible because their brains aren't done cooking yet. I believe youth voices, youth brains are brilliant. I believe the wisdom of youth, young adults, is key to transforming the metasystems that feed youth incarceration. Reforms based on what's absent due to our sense of trauma or our sense of brains as underdeveloped can invite devaluing. I don't think that flows with our intended journey. It's not compatible with our purpose. And yet we're drawn to it, even in our good efforts, because of our predilection for seeing things as the presence of absence. This is also where the focus on disparities and gaps holds risks. The focus on gaps is helpful in serving to orient our progress. The focus is harmful when the absence of gaps becomes the end goal. Ending disparities, eliminating gaps, their absence gets canonized, written into the job role, the organizational mission. When ending gaps becomes the end goal, it means we've made one group's experience the gold standard, which is a form of endorsing, say, the white experience as supreme. That is not in flow with our journey or our purpose. Not to mention other weird incentives this end goal derives. For instance, the absence of difference can be achieved just by making things worse for everyone. The focus on the gaps, what's absent, isn't the same as seeking to thrive. This doesn't mean we should completely abandon a regard for what's absent. That might incentivize folks to disregard the harm they've caused, or the harm that's been inflicted for half a millennium in this country. It could diminish accountability, and it could forego important conversations about reparation. I see the danger in fully disregarding the presence of absence, and I'm thinking about how we seek a balance in that conversation. It feels hard to hold a more complex view, right? To allow complex challenges to hold many complex facets. It's easy to retreat from that, call it uncertainty, or murkiness, or lack of clarity, and sprint for more monolithic approaches. I'm going to say to you that this is by design. Some people, some who do not care about you or who fear you are hoping you'll do just that. Strategies are built in to keep us in monolithic thinking. The tyrannical manner of time, as it exists in our day-to-day, makes it hard to find the space to even consider the both ands. Our overfull calendars, the intentionally hectic pace, our unyielding timelines, the sense of not having enough time, even our FOMO, make it hard to embrace complex ideas or see longer arcs. Time is tyrannized to hold us captive to the status quo. Our speakers will move beyond these ideas with you today. They will offer a deeper sense of knowing. I received these teachings from our speakers about how being very present in the moment involves understanding the whole of our experiences. How being present includes, like Sankofa, connecting to our ancestors, includes the breadth of those presently within the reach of our love, includes the generations that will come after us. I received their teachings that we are whole beings, not defined by our traumas or absences, yet still informed by experiences, both good and bad. Just like the subtle intuition in the art form called the presence of absence. What's not there is, in fact, still there. I received the lessons about how all these things, past, present, future, all the things, our traumas, our brilliance, our love, flow into something called healing. Healing that we can all tap into. Healing that comes from within and from without. Healing that, true to the flow of our journey, is something that we all deserve. We all deserve to heal. All these thoughts of the presence of absence, of true healing, of Sankofa, of nature, of love, all these thoughts bring me full circle back to articulating our purpose, our journey's purpose. It all brings me back to why I am articulating our shared purpose with the word liberation. For liberation is a word, a concept that speaks both to presence and to absence. Liberation holds an element of freedom from and of freedom to. Liberation is defined in your own heart and is shared in our co-consciousness. Liberation is a space that makes myriad other spaces possible. Liberation is worth fighting for, even to the point of exhaustion. In a time like this, liberation, the liberatory path, liberatory acts are worth fighting to hold on to. In other times, liberation will be the thing we most joyfully celebrate. To me, liberation helps name how healing goes beyond the absence of illness. And it is a fulfillment of our responsibility to see young people as more than half-cooked or broken. We can't really talk about liberation, mind you, without drawing inspiration from the greatest practitioner of liberation, Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman, the lessons she offers are many. The numerous times she went back toward danger, toward enslavement, with a $40,000 bounty on her head and risking deadly consequences. Man, it makes me wonder if we even have an inkling of what it means to make sacrifices in the name of beckoning liberation these days. Harriet's life relates to the lives of those differently abled. Harriet suffered a childhood-inflicted head injury that left her with lifelong symptoms. As an enslaved young person, she refused to help bind the hands of another enslaved person, a man, who was being prepared for a beating. So she was struck repeatedly in the head, and she then endured lifelong severe headaches as well as narcolepsy. As an older woman, she received unanesthetized brain surgery when the daily pain was no longer tolerable. It makes me wonder about the ways we make assumptions about what people can do based on our perception of disabilities or of deficits. Harriet also reminds me that liberatory acts go beyond gentleness. They go beyond appeasing discomfort. She made it clear to those she was transporting to freedom that she would shoot any escapee who tried to turn back, for they would have knowledge about the Underground Railroad that would be life-threatening for many, many other people. Harriet reminds us that you can perform liberatory acts from any role or position. She was an Underground Railroad conductor, a co-conspirator with John Brown. She was a Civil War nurse. She was a Civil War spy, leading to Union troops to the liberation of hundreds of enslaved people. After the war, she was a school founder for freed people. She was a long-term care home founder for the elderly. I realize it's not possible to directly compare anyone else to this incredible person. Yet her life serves as a continuous source of lessons about what's possible and how we all need to have a role in any small way to tend the garden of liberation. We can't compare to Harriet, nor can we afford to decide that this means we can just wait for another Harriet to come along. I don't think Harriet would like that. I'm around other folks these days who are dialed into their liberation, who are doing the things they do, inspired by our ancestors and in honor of those to come. I know an Amanda who is liberating research from the clutches of rarefied institutions, vesting it back in the right hands, in the community, in the people. I know Guadalupe, who is practicing mutual aid in their community, tending to the liberation of their neighbors. I know Janelle, who is cultivating a liberating sense of abundance in spaces that have been ravaged by scarcity. I know you, or someone very much like you, bringing a liberatory joy to those around you, showing up for someone whose freedom is in peril. I know someone very much like you, channeling the most ancestral and powerful form of liberatory healing. I see you choosing to do the things you do, choosing liberation, dialed into liberation. So how am I doing? I care enough about you and about this moment to say it. The struggle is real for me these days. I'm taking some hits, y'all. I'm taking some hits, and it feels like some who are supposed to be allies are tying up my wrists. I'm trying to extend grace. I'm making mistakes. I have so much to learn, and I relish the opportunity. I'm amongst good people willing to share their love and guidance. I'm continuing to do battle with a Goliath of a healthcare corporation, and this battle is part of my liberation. I'm in the midst of brilliance every day. I'm working on things that ask what we want to create as well as what we must unbuild. I'm continually inspired by youth brilliance, continually. Personally, I'm also trying to see if it's possible to be passionate and not be seen as an angry Black man. Right now, I have to tell you, I'm not too hopeful about that. I'm still mired in imposter syndrome. I know we're not supposed to say that anymore, but I am. And you know what? It doesn't mean I don't know who I am or my worth. I'm trying to show up for fellow community folks who are being systematically attacked. I'm seeing how much we fight amongst ourselves and how well that serves to reinforce and reassert the oppression that we have borne. I'm dialed into liberation. I hope you're on a path that brings you many opportunities for liberatory acts. I hope you know how important and cherished you are, especially across generations, the lives of younger people and our elders. I hope you will all help assure that we don't elect a would-be dictator for a president. I hope you remember that many in that big external world may be doing things counter to your liberation and beyond your sense of influence. Yet I hope you still cultivate liberatory acts and watch them emanate outward and show the rest of the world that something better is possible. I hope your acts of liberation stretch you, create discomfort for you, place you at the most active edge of learning and of growth and of healing. I hope you find times to restore your energy and your peace. Tending the garden of liberation is wonderful and it's tiring. I hope you are in spaces in direct relationship with youth, where youth brilliance is truly centered, where youth are telling you what they need and you act on it. Recently, I watched incarcerated young men travel from their prison to our state capitol. During legislative session, they entered the halls of governance and they spoke powerfully about a bill that they themselves had authored. It was inspiring to see them be seen, if you know what I mean. For them to be regarded, understood to be experts, thinking about their liberatory and creative acts during the deepest absence of their own liberty, it makes me think, what's keeping the rest of us from tending that garden? Acts of liberation really are acts of healing, something we all deserve. So I'm curious, I'm really curious, how's your liberation going? Thank you. And back to you, Victoria. Thank you again for letting me be part of today. I'm looking forward to everything that comes.
And thank you for all of it. I have so many notes that I tried to take, but I decided I'm just going to listen and be present with it. I think we're all needing a moment to just take it all in. It's reminding me of a bell that has stopped ringing, but we're still feeling the reverberations. Joy, liberation, joy. I'm getting a lot of texts saying folks want to have copies of your remarks, so we'll have to talk about that later. Ben, thank you so much. Thank you for setting us up so beautifully for the rest of the day. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our featured speaker, Dr. Linda Chamberlain. She is a scientist, she's an author, and a proud Alaskan. She's worked in the field of brain development, stress, and trauma for decades, and founded the important Alaska Family Violence Prevention Project. Linda earned her public health degrees from Yale and Johns Hopkins and taught at the University of Alaska. She's the author of The Amazing Brain, a nationally acclaimed series on early brain development, and Howling with Huskies, a beautiful children's book that teaches techniques for self-regulation and working with emotions. Linda has an uncommon ability to take complex science and then translate it into practical strategies that we can all use. She travels globally, leading trainings to address how stress and trauma are stored in the body. From corporate boardrooms to classrooms, from family shelters to military installations, she works with highly diverse audiences and situations. Linda has been recognized many times for her achievements, including as a scientist scholar with the Fulbright Arctic Initiative. One of her favorite projects, Take It to the Village, won national recognition for its best practices. Most of all, Linda is goodness and kindness and a wonderful bright light in this world. Here's a quote from Linda that I think sums up her personal mission succinctly. She says, "I believe the true potential of research is only recognized when we share what we are learning with communities, and then listen intently to understand the community's feedback and its priorities. And then we adapt." Ladies and gentlemen, here is Linda Chamberlain.
Thank you, Victoria. It's wonderful to be here with all of you today. You mentioned those decades, and in the 1990s is when I started my work as a trauma epidemiologist, and the 1990s were the decade of the brain. And the neuroimaging that we were using at that, coming into place at that time, and then looking at the impact of neurodevelopmental implications for trauma and broadening our understanding of trauma were extraordinary. Now we have an expanding science of understanding the nervous system that is really transforming the way that we work with trauma. It's been a transformation for me in terms of really becoming, in a lot of ways, a mind-body specialist to understand more about these life-changing tools that I would say are, in the words that Dr. Ben was sharing, can be liberating. So with that, we're going to start this journey, and just want to say that the thing is, so I'm talking about new science, and very much new science to be applied to trauma and to understand how resilience works. But here's the thing. When we look and we translate this into practical strategies, and you will be the judge of how well I do that with the science and also with what we talk about in terms of tools, it takes science a long time to catch up with cultural wisdom and people's way of knowing. So when I look back now, I see many things that I didn't appreciate, that I didn't notice in my world, which is very cross-cultural in Alaska, the Arctic, and beyond. And it is humbling, and we always need to keep that in mind. And I would say to you that more than ever, this is the time. When we look at the big picture, we're dealing with a cascade of collective trauma, and we need to be talking about collective healing. So very much be part of the conversation here, but also with the panel. We have a crisis, clearly. I think that really the general public doesn't entirely understand how much need is exceeding availability of services. We are dealing with grief and loss as well, and it's a challenge, particularly in the Western Hemisphere, where I would say in my culture and a lot of modern culture, we are grief illiterate. And where we are headed in the work that I'll be sharing today is that we can all have an internal hub of resources. It's for everyone. So if we're talking about adults, teens, children, each bring their own brilliance to this. And what we're talking about is adaptable for all ages. And I'll be giving examples along the way, but that's where all of your brilliance, being experts in your field, comes to this. And we do it together. This journey is together. And in that, I just want to mention that there really is a shift. And I think it's reflected so beautifully in the National Native Trauma Center's diagram of the other side of the adverse childhood experiences pyramid. And I'm not going to be talking about ACEs, but we are in a much bigger picture now of looking at PACEs, positive adverse childhood experiences, of looking at the cultural context and gifts. And this pyramid, and many of these things will be brought in later today, but just thinking about coping skills and how, when we understand how the body, the brain, the mind respond to trauma, that we can be working our way up the pyramid, healing together. So our map for today. We're going to be looking through the lens of the nervous system to really understand the physiological roots of trauma. There's been a lot of advances in the field. And, the brain is part of the nervous system, but we'll be very much looking at the neuroscience of the nervous system, which has everything to do around cues of safety and cues of danger, and how these impact the biggest resilience factor we know, connection, and also learning and behavior. And through the presentation, I have woven these 10 tools. We'll also talk about, you have handouts that go into more detail about some of the things I'm talking about, and we'll also do that in some follow-up sessions. But I do practices along the way. I need that for myself. It's good for all of us. It's about that collective healing. But having said that, everything's an invitation. So if observing is great, and if you don't want to do something, or you start to do something, these are very much micro practices, or what Dana, a therapist and expert in the field of polyvagal work, calls glimmers, that kind of help us send cues of safety to the nervous system. But if something doesn't feel okay, you can go to an anchor practice, and we're going to just do a few of them at the start. I always do this because we're building that internal hub of resources that we can share. And Dr. Gordon's work at the Center for Mind-Body Medicine at Georgetown Medical School is one of the first places I started my journey in this work. And as we are dedicated to the work we do, but it is easy to overlook that it starts with us. So self-care, it's not just extra or complementary or alternative, it's fundamental. So we always take care of ourselves, and I ask you to do that today, especially as we're doing any type of practice. And so these resource anchors or anchor practices, let's just take a couple of minutes before we start delving into the science to touch on those. These are 4 great glimmers or anchors. And I'm going to ask you just to take a couple of breaths and notice them. Notice your breath. You might breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, but you don't have to. But could you just notice your breath? How is it today? That breath is part of your liberation, and we do it 20, 25,000 times a day and don't even notice. And along with that, because there are always sounds around us, you might just listen for a sound outside of the room and then inside the room. We're just talking through the senses to the nervous system. And I imagine that many of you are seated, but maybe some of you are standing, some could be in bed. So just see what works for you. But your feet touching the earth, that talks to the nervous system. And you might even right now press through your foot or both feet, just feeling that contact with the floor, ultimately the earth. Because these are very simple ways, things that you intuitively do. The body is smart, and it's talking to the brain. There's a loop going continuously. We'll talk about how that works, but this is sending a message. And now we're just going to do a little bit of movement. I see this, and I heard it in what Dr. Ben was sharing. This is heart work. And so if it's okay with you, bringing a hand or both hands to the heart, and we're going to do a little bit of movement. And you might think that this is just something that is feel good, but right away we have physical sensation, which is going to talk to the vagus nerve, the speaking to the nervous system, in other words, and we're going to do a little movement. I'll ask you just to turn your head slowly, if it's okay, to the right as you bring your right hand to the right side. Don't go too far, you don't need to. Maybe just a little 90 degrees, maybe it's less. Slow, so the brain can hear this from the nervous system and back. And we're going to do this a couple of times. Now I'm going to go to the left. We will talk about how very simple movements activate the vagus nerve. One more time, and you might notice, do you like to inhale as you open? Or is it the other way? You don't have to change it, but you see, when you notice your breath, it's already changing chemistry in the brain. And one more time to the left, come back. And can we just pause? Can we pause for a few seconds and just notice, how are we now? Because these are powerful tools, anchors. When we are starting to sense and shift in our nervous system that we are not feeling okay, that we can come back 4 little anchor practices. We are neurologically wired for safety and connection. And that is why when we talk about the most powerful aspect of resilience, social connection, but you need to feel a sense of safety in the body, which will tell the brain, in order to communicate, to learn, to heal, and also back to what I was saying in the beginning, to be able to take care of ourselves. Foundation of being trauma informed is, does your agency or in your work have a plan for vicarious trauma? And that is why I say you will be thinking about clients relative to this work, but this is for us. This is for everyone. We're going to be talking about the autonomic nervous system, and we can get into, there is a language of the nervous system, and we're going to touch on some of those terms and kind of drill down a little bit. But autonomic means automatic. That's what it's about. It's running all the time, and a great deal of it subconsciously that we don't even notice. But when we bring perception to it, we can befriend the nervous system. And that's why I was asking you just for a few seconds to pause and notice how you feel, how you are, because that tiny action can begin to make a shift. So the autonomic nervous system is responsible for reading the environment and cues of safety, regulation. And regulation, we know, is key to healing trauma, and dysregulation is a hallmark of trauma. To be able to regulate and connect, that's happening in the autonomic nervous system, which is responsible for stress response and recovery. And what we know about all of this now is that resilience lives in the nervous system, and that when we talk about, as Dr. Vander taught so many of us, and that really landmark book, The Body Keeps the Score, when we look at the body and where trauma lands in the body, it's in the nervous system. And symptoms arise out of efforts to cope. The nervous system is our first responder. And how we are going to work, just like those anchors that we did, is through we need to work from the bottom up as well as the top down to be able to heal trauma, to be at our best. Together they work. So I'm going to be naming some heroes along the way, what I guess I'll call particularly trauma and polyvagal heroes. And one of them would be Dr. Elbers, who was hired from Canada to come to Stanford to head initially their pediatric stroke unit. And what Dr. Elbers saw was just a constellation of symptoms in children that were really related to stress and trauma, and also reflective of dysregulation. In other words, connected to the nervous system. And we know, as we're saying, that trauma starts at the level of the nervous system, this first responder. So I'm talking 5-year-olds with chronic headaches and GI problems and hyperarousal, chronic fatigue, and the list goes on. She would become the head of their trauma recovery project. She would see so many children with multiple layers of trauma, and often medical trauma, not being recognized and a part of the trauma, the NG tubes being immobilized for procedures, too young to understand what's happening pre-verbal, but another major source of trauma. And Dr. Elbers would give children a diagram. I'll show you in just a second, but her quote here, the whole body being dysregulated, digestion, sleep, hormone levels, neurocognition, sense of self being shaped by this. So she started having children color their brains. This is a diagram that she gives to her patients. And here we're, asking about, how much, when I ask adults this, I'll say how much stress or worry or problems are taking up your brain today. With younger children, she would ask them, how much space is being taken up by negative thoughts or things in your life right now? And she would learn so much from kids. And I want to share one story that I learned from her in this diagram, just filled by a child who was seeing a number of specialists, had a lot of GI problems, hyperarousal, had developed facial tics, was being seen by GI specialists, a psychiatrist, that whole team working with her. And she filled that brain with the tiny little, very detailed stick figures. And when she was asked by Dr. Elbers what that was about, she said each figure was a time that she was being hit by a parent. And you see, no one knew about that. It's the things and the stories that are hidden that we don't know, and making the connection that so much of what we are seeing in clinical settings, in schoolrooms, behaviorally, and family challenges, they're disorders of dysregulation related to trauma for children, teens, and of course, the nervous system. Every nervous system is unique, but we all have one. And so this is relevant to adults as well. But the GI problems, the autoimmune diseases, allergies, hearing so much about, hives and unexplained skin problems, chronic pain, the loss of acquired developmental skills, all the things that you are very much aware of, that we frequently see and either know about a history of trauma or are suspecting it. The loss of bowel and bladder control, hyperactivity, sleep problems. And when you look at these and then look at the nervous system, and even as well as looking at emotions and thoughts and beliefs, shame, blame, guilt, every emotion starts a sensation in the body. And so we begin to connect the dots here. And I already mentioned Dr. Vanderkolk, but I just appreciate that when we start thinking about connection and protection, looking for cues of safety and danger, which is what we'll be looking at very specifically as we discuss different states of the autonomic nervous system. Trauma compromises our ability to connect with others. The biggest protective factor we know, and what happens is it gets replaced by patterns of protection. And going back to what Dr. Danielson was sharing in the very beginning, it's really not about a deficit. It's about our nervous system trying to protect us. But those coping mechanisms, when misunderstood, when not recognizing, when we ourselves and children can understand this as well, what's happening and their body tuning into that then it gets approached in a different way, sometimes misdiagnosed, handled in a disciplinary way, or labeled as defiant and so forth. So we'll be exploring all of that. This body-brain connection, and I kind of have reversed really, because when we look at how things work, it's way more going this way than going that way. And we think the brain is in charge, but again, these, as I said, emotions, thoughts, they start in the body, and the vagus nerve. This was a etching from hundreds of years ago. So it's not that we haven't known about the vagus nerve, but there's been recent discoveries about the vagus nerve. It's an information superhighway, bidirectional. And when you have butterflies in your stomach or a hunger pain, That's your vagus nerve talking to you. It wanders from the brainstem and then all through the face and the neck, part of our social engagement system that Dr. Porges, who founded, the leader in the research around polyvagal theory, talks about, but it's going down to all the organs. And it activates the parasympathetic side of the nervous system. And I will show one complex diagram just as we shift into understanding what the discoveries around this have been. That parasympathetic side is our rest and digest, and we really looked at, until the research started building and building from the 1990s forward, we looked at this as a dichotomous system, this parasympathetic side that is rest and digest and restore, and then the sympathetic side, which unfortunately often gets labeled as kind of the bad one, and that's not true, because it's our energy side of things as well. But when we go more into it, yes, this is fight, flight, and aspects of fawning and feign as well. So there is more to the story about this. But you can see that when we talk about the heart, well, the vagus nerve, wiring the heart, but the GI system, the lungs, the face, again, social engagement, and, down into the organs, bringing tons of information to the brain, because 80% of those fibers are going from the bottom up. When I say bottom up, that's what I'm talking about, from the body to the brain, and 20% are going down. And that is why when we don't recognize where we are in our nervous system, or if you have ever had to deal with panic attacks, which is something, just as an example that I will use, I'm very familiar with, trying to talk yourself out of that, that's the slow and hard road. And I would say you're going to need to bring into from the bottom up, but the bottom up can open the door for the top down. So I have woven practices through here. So we're talking about this vagus nerve, and how can we talk to it? How can we harness the vagus nerve to work for us? We'll look at some more examples of this, but this is just an opportunity to have a little conversation, because breath is a fast track, and there's a whole bunch of reasons for that from the science perspective, but we're going to harness that just by doing a very, very simple breath here called straw breath. If you would like to join me, just pursing your lips, take a breath in through the nose, if that works okay for you. Then those lips pursed, and exhale as if you were breathing out through a straw. If you like, you could do that a couple of times. I will tell you that working in the field of trauma along the way, I've had many lessons around the breath. I was trained initially with mind-body practices to just have people take a deep breath. But again, if you are working with anxiety disorders, panic attack triggers, you may not be able to take a deep breath, and you know that. And it can be more dysregulating to attempt to do that when you're not okay. And I used to use straws, and we'd have, give them the kids to just play with straw breath. Sometimes that's okay. But when you purse the lips, you control how big, how small, how slow. That works much better. So we find ways to adapt, but we know that extending the exhale, because of how respiratory sinus arrhythmia, sounds like something bad, actually is something quite powerful, works along with heart rate variability. There's some bigger terms we won't explore or get into too much today, but we're talking to the heart and respiration, how they work together. And when you lengthen the exhale, because the heart goes faster on the inhale and it slows down on the exhale, it's just a very simple way to make this happen. And I'm just going to share a very quick story around this, because my brother had open heart surgery in December. And after the surgery and some things going on, needed to be catheterized. Nobody likes that, but he hurt all over. He had tremendous anxiety about everything, tensed up, and things didn't really go so well initially. So it was a urinary catheter. Then another provider came in and told my brother just to maybe work with his breath a little bit. And he asked him if he knew what Lamaze breath was. And my brother had his own interpretation of that, but he was like, oh yeah. And so his attention shifted, first of all, to his breath. And his interpretation was to kind of take as much air as he could and then puff it out in some puffs. In other words, he was extending his exhale. I think it's about 9 weeks later, so had to work with catheterization many, many times, and told me that this is just a miracle for him, this go-to breath. We find something like this, and then we realize the potential and how that can happen. And now he's asking me about lots of other things, but I was so grateful for this provider to take the moment to pause, to figure out how they could work through the body, that this could be a more tolerable procedure for my brother, who it turns out would need to deal with this multiple times. We find our way. So the polyvagal discovery was that it's not this dichotomous system, that there's another side to that vagus nerve. There's a backside, a dorsal side. This was the work of Dr. Stephen Porges and has been expanded in many, many publications and other researchers, and is just global research now. But we have this backside of the vagus nerve that is around cues of danger and threat, responding to cues of danger and threat. We're going to look at how the system has different states, but we're looking at two of the states right now. And that front side, we understood that that's about our cues of safety when things are okay. That's the social engagement cooperative. But Deb Dana, who I've already mentioned, developed a ladder to look at this, and we're going to use some colored blocks as well, just to see how we can shift and recognize how we're shifting with this constant moving back and forth in the nervous system to respond to cues of safety and cues of connection. It's constantly happening subconsciously. And there's some basic principles about how this works. And we're going to start there and then move forward into these. We'll look at 3 states. So we'll come back. 3 autonomic states, but first 3 core principles to set the stage for that. We've already been talking about connection, and co-regulation is very, very key to this, because the sense of safety, of connection to others, is a biological imperative, necessary for well-being, necessary for healing. And when we get stuck in defensive modes of the nervous system, it's that blocks that potential. We're going to look at this scanning, this surveillance I've been alluding to, this built-in constant scanning for cues of safety and danger or threat. It's called neuroception. There's a language of the nervous system that has developed around this, and we'll delve a little deeper. And there's a hierarchy. of how we move up and down between key autonomic states, or we can call them circuits or zones. And it explains things that we didn't understand, particularly around trauma. So relationships are reciprocal. We need to feel safe. Co-regulation isn't just about babies and parents. We often think of this relative to children because children learn to self-regulate from us, but we are co-regulating right now. When we connect with one another, we are co-regulating. And there are adults that need to develop more co-regulatory skills. I would consider myself having fallen into that category. And here's the good news, is that it is never too late. But this is the foundation for self-regulation, how infants and children learn to self-regulate, to be able to connect. We know that emotional dysregulation is a common issue relative to trauma, and that emotional regulation, learning those skills, learning how to feel, understand and notice how we feel in the body, our early detection system, that is the strongest protector to buffer the effects of childhood adversities, emotional regulation. Two types of co-regulation. The interpersonal co-regulation I was just talking about, and also intrapersonal within. There are rhythms in the body when we do certain, that what I was just talking about with that breath work that we were doing with straw breath, and that respiratory sinus arrhythmia and heart rate variability. We are using the breath to influence the rhythm of the heart, and the heart talks to the brain. The heart actually has its own brain as well. The body is smart. That's what we are really working with as we talk about the nervous system and the vagus nerve. And co-regulation, it's just the foundation of social engagement. This vagus nerve that we saw, that diagram of joining up the trigeminal nerve, and all these different nerves that are controlling the muscles around the eyes. That's why when we, even with a mask on, we can smile with our eyes. We'll be talking about the connection with trauma and the ears, how we use voice to soothe, to shift the nervous system, to send cues of safety, simple head movements. We started with that. But even when we're communicating, and you may notice that I am talking and will at certain points tilt my head, well, it's a seeking safety connection. Watch that now as you're talking with people, with clients, because that tilt is a message from the nervous system. We look for friendly faces, we listen for sounds. It's all part of how social engagement and connection can happen. And play is co-regulation. I always am challenged about where I want to put this slide because it connects so much to the autonomic states, which is where we're going to land with this. But I have to just say it here because of how important play is for healing trauma. When we look at some of the leading programs in the country and how they use play to build regulation. But the fact that this is very much talking to the nervous system, a simple game like peekaboo is pandiculation, another long term, but about shifting between these states of the nervous system where we're going a little bit more activated, defensive. You'll see that shortly in the red zone, the sympathetic side, where we get energy. And where did my person go? And oh, I'm surprised, I'm startled. Here they are. this shifting, and it's skill, it's teaching, it's a neural play as a neural exercise. It's powerful. So many things I have found in my work that are extraordinary in terms of being, of building resilience, of helping to tone the vagus nerve and the nervous system, the autonomic nervous system to reset, tripping on my words. They don't necessarily have the T word, trauma, connected with them. Early on in the work, for example, working around occupational therapists, OTs, especially in schools, wow, they just so new. And so we all have something to bring to this, to learn from one another. Simple things like using our voice. It's just huge for co-regulation. And sometimes call it, mother ease, or sing that sing-song intonation. It is how I would talk to my dog team. And some people might feel that that's a too childish tone, but that sense of support and encouragement. And so I'd be saying to them, come on, we can do this. Come on, we've got this. But because they too have a nervous system, they would respond to that. And, when we are communicating with people and able to see their face, and we see that flat effect when those smiling muscles are not working around the eyes, that they're avoiding direct eye contact, gaze averting. Those are signs of moving into a defensive mode of the nervous system, to be aware of that, because then trying to insist on eye contact for something, which is something I'm very, very careful with in working with trauma-informed movement and meditation and so forth. That can be too much depending on where they are in their nervous system, and we can read into that. Sounds, vibrations, I've already alluded to this, but I think about how I used to get annoyed when people would hum and now realize that vibration, the vagus nerve is routing, it got right through, the larynx, voice, the vocal cords, voice box, and such. And Dr. Porges himself, playing the clarinet as a teen, noticed how calming it was. So wood instruments are just a great option, whether we're talking about a little recorder or, playing the flute, whatever it is. And it's physiological, it's science, it's talking to the nervous system, actually increasing blood flow to the brain. And this takes me to a place that you might not expect, but I watch the clock and think about when we just need to do something to mix it up a bit, because we are sitting and learning really from a nervous system perspective, and broader than that relative to the brain. It's not the best combination. I will mention now that anytime I mention a resource here, that it's not, I don't have financial gain connected to it, even if my name is on it. So this is a children's book that we released last year. We'll be doing a big feature at Iditarod the first Saturday of March. And this is the Alaska Children's Trust. All profits from the book go to the Alaska Children's Trust. And it is available to read along with resources, free online. And then, of course, there is a hard copy with booksellers. But why did we do this? I wanted a resource for families. I have to say that very much my intention was reaching parents and caregivers so that they could learn self-regulatory skills together, working from the bottom up. So howling with huskies, where does that come from? Well, you can guess it, that vocalization is just, animals are a great way to depersonalize, to shift from kind of, shame, blame, to just understanding. When we know how things feel in our body, how they work, then we are empowered. very key centerpiece of this is working with emotions through the body for the very reason of what I said, those giant office of planning, research, and evaluation, the Fed reports that were released in 2017 and 18 would highlight the importance of working with self-regulation as the first step to healing trauma, and also large studies by Barnyard and others, again, that emotional regulation is so key to healing trauma. And so I know I can't hear you, and I actually don't have a sense of what it will sound like to you, but I am going to ask you to join me in a moment in a group howl, just to mix it up a little bit for your nervous system. If some of you have read Jane McGonigal's book, Imaginable, she talks about a movement that started by one woman pre-pandemic in Mumbai, who started opening her window at a certain time, a couple times a day, and howling, and then going outside. And this became, for a while, just huge on TikTok as people began joining her and howling together, howling for joy, howling for hope, howling to heal suffering. This would come to America, the Americas, particularly the West Coast, during the pandemic, where millions of people at a certain time would howl together. And I'll just say to you now that I am going to do a howl. Your howl can be however it is. Kids come up with all different kinds of sound, but maybe just notice what you notice in your body as you do it and afterwards. So here we go. Oh. I hope you joined me, because simple things are huge. They're powerful healers. And when we do it together, that's when big things happen even more. And when we look at these skills, remember something. We pray, whether it's classrooms, clinical, my brother in the moment, learned that breath relative to dealing with a medical procedure. But what really helps the nervous system is when we play with these things, when we practice these things, just as part of our daily routine, that we do it together in classrooms, that we find ways that for 30 seconds with an anchor, a glimmer practice makes a difference. So maybe before a meeting starts, especially a budget meeting, that's what I used to do when I was in a government position. Okay, carry on, back on the trail here. I think, I more than think, I have observed when so many kids are being diagnosed with an oppositional defiant disorder and behavioral labeling, being perceived that they heard me, I know they heard me, they understood me an hour ago, now they refuse to listen, not realizing that trauma and prolonged stress, we're talking the big picture of collective, accumulative, pervasive trauma in our society today, and the incredible escalation of anxiety and mental health disorders for children and teens. The ears are portals into the nervous system. It's that vagus nerve, all of that wiring that we were, looking at. And while normally the middle ear muscles dampen loud noise, things that you don't even notice right now, like could be the heater fan running above me, sounds outside, just background sounds in the environment. But they are dampened so that we can really focus on processing human voice. Unfortunately, those middle ear muscles can be impacted by trauma in such a way that what are they going to tune into more? The cues of danger, often lower decibel, sudden and louder noises. And so I would say to you that we are often assuming that kids refuse to hear, and adults as well, when they cannot hear. And there is so much more to say about this, but in the time that we have together today, I'm just going to really briefly highlight the new type of work that is being done for trauma, this has huge applications for kids who are on the autism disorder spectrum and hypersensitivity to sound. Safe and Sound protocol reflects the work of Dr. Porges and other polyvagal experts, that we can have a listening therapy with digitally filtered, it's altered music, and they do it age appropriately. So there are sessions for adults, there are sessions for children, music that's really designed for teens, and it's being integrated into lots of school settings, family work. There are lots of therapists working with this, but 5 1-hour sessions, and then sometimes will be repeated. But it helps to regulate the nervous system, and you're exercising the tiniest muscles in the body, the middle ear muscles. And the outcomes are so varied. There's lots of evaluation going on, very, very promising, and seeing how the ear muscles, these muscles can reset to reduce hearing sensitivities, to attune more to human voice and improve language processing, which is critical for us to be able to be in the for social engagement, for that resilience building mode that we're going to talk about, the green zone or ventral vagal in the autonomic nervous system. And with this, of course, comes self-regulation. So now let's get a little more into the language of the nervous system as we move towards talking specifically about the states that we move between and ways that we can build awareness of that by bringing perception to neuroception. This system, it's our body's surveillance system. It's always on, it's always scanning, running in the background, generally without awareness. When you think about bringing your hand towards something, maybe you don't know that a burner is hot and there's this automatic reflex, pulling away. That's neuroception in action. It really has, 3 streams that we'll look at in a moment, but it's not just looking outside of the body, it's also looking inside of the body. And we're going to practice that internal state, that awareness. We're bringing awareness to this in order to befriend the nervous system. But this is what instigates shifts and changes, because it is continually asking, am I safe? So those 3 streams of input into the nervous system that compose neuroception, we've got that reading outside my body, we've got inside my body, we call that interoception, and then between us. If I was looking at your face right now, that's what I would be doing, is I'd be looking for cues of safety, in your face, and this in-between reading. These are the streams that talk to the nervous system, that neuroception subconsciously running. And we are going to do a little polling right now. I might need to shift my screen so that I can see this. But I'm just going to ask you, I want to identify the source here. This is a card from a mindful chair yoga deck by Mayura Gonzalez and Jennifer Harper. It's just a great resource that I use all the time with adults and with kids, whether it doesn't have to be about yoga. It just has this very, very simple format to teach interoception. If we your nervous system gives you X amount of energy to work with in a day. And often we're not tracking that. We don't know how much is left in our bucket. And that's when we can hit the wall, feel dysregulated, nothing left. We certainly very much talk about this around preventing vicarious trauma in our professions. But I just want to ask you now, and I'm going to ask it in more of a numeric way of how's your energy today? Or let's ask about right now. How is your energy right now on a scale from 1 to 5? And that 1 to 5 is, 1 would be, I could fall asleep right now. 2 is, I'm a little tired. 3 is doing okay. 4 is fidgety, can't sit still, wiggly. We, brainstorm with kids around words. And 5 is like, I can't sit still. I just want to so be out of here right now. And with children, we'll often have them use, is it this much, are you like this? But could you share in the poll? And I am going to try to see the poll. It's looking very tiny to me. And maybe if you go ahead and enter your number in the chat box for polling. And Jenny, is it possible for you to tell me what you're seeing? Because it's too small for me to read.
Hi, Linda. Yes, I can share what I'm seeing on my screen. It looks like the majority of people, about 47%, are at a 3.
Oh, that's great. If there were a lot of 2s and 1s, I was going to do an energizing breath, or sounded pretty good.
The next one would be 2 at about climbing from 28%.
Okay.
And we have it about 9%, it looks like, at 1. And 15% at 4, the fidgety and wiggly.
Okay, great. Well, you know what, because it's just always great to do another practice. And obviously I have put a lot of emphasis on breath so far, because it is just such a fast track and a quick tool. But often, so much in this work, we're talking about strategies to calm, to be soothing to the nervous system. I mentioned to you earlier on that when we inhale, well, the heart rate actually goes up because the diaphragm is going down. That's creating more space around the heart. The vagus nerve lets the heart know to kind of speed up and accelerate to be able to, move more and, compensate there. And so we can play with the inhale as well. I'll stay seated and just move back a little bit. But if you were a 1 or a 2 and you'd like to join me, or you can just think about this for the future, I'll use my hands, because when we do breath with movement, if there's anxiety around the breath, which often there is with trauma, the movement focuses our attention on that. So I'm going to do kind of what we call a stair step sometimes breath, where I bring my hands like this, a little inhale, a little more inhale, and third. And then just blowing the air out and my arms down, although it doesn't have to be that accentuated. It's very much about the inhale. So 1, little inhale, 2, little inhale, 3. And if you want, you could interlace your fingers behind your back and just push the hands away from the back a little bit. I'm actually arching a tiny amount, maybe too small to see that, but moving the body in certain ways will talk to the nervous system. And when we arch, that is an activation movement. And so it ups energy. And I will just tell you that I work with school districts a lot. I'm getting ready to start a new project with the school district in Alaska next week. And we talk about these different types of techniques. And I had a school teacher go home. She was at night reading, the bedtime story with the kids, but they did this particular breath, and we're focused on the inhale. If we do several parts, little sips of air basically on an inhale, then that is an energizing breath. And guess who didn't want to go to bed? So she came back the next week and said, yeah, that's for real. So kids, and of course, kids' systems are far more responsive and reactive to practices. They're more in touch with interoception to begin with. And so it is easy to work with them around doing simple exercises like this, because the dilemma is that trauma messes with your interoception. And so it can decrease it. We know that so many behaviors that we struggle with particularly with kids and such in classrooms, are really about a mismatch between the expectation in the moment, you need to sit, be quiet, we're focusing on this now, and their energy level in the moment. So something as simple as a little check-in when they come back from lunch, when they've been going through the hallway, transitions, when you know that the system's going to be accelerated a little bit more, and then matching a practice to it. And I'm talking a minute and a half. Everyone, we are all struggling with time, but we can find that investment of a minute or two in the nervous system can be a game changer and a big time advantage in terms of not dealing with dysregulation, because coming back from dysregulation takes way more time, and that's the bottom line. So, how do you feel inside? That's interoception. I think I've probably said all of this, but we use mindfulness to build interoception. Interoceptive skill is linked to resilience, and I've already mentioned that it's impacted by trauma. Therefore, when you look at some really great strategies for working with trauma, some of which will be talked about this afternoon, like SMART and ARC and internal family systems and such, they'll clearly have elements of building interoceptive skills, that ability to notice inside we start with little things like, body temperature, and then, but a tickle, an itch, but then starting to move into when we're feeling a big emotion. What do you notice? What do you notice in your body? How does that feel? And in the storybook that I was talking to you about, Howling with Huskies, we will pull in several vagal toning techniques to learn to work with emotions in terms of connecting the breath, using touch with finger holds. It's not just one way, and we all need a variety of tools to work with, a hub of resources. This is from Dr. Jessup's book, Hornets and Hippos. I always like to be mentioning great resources that I see. I love when they're free. This is not a free book, but it's a great one. And just this diagram to how asking kids about how do they feel when they're scared, when they don't feel okay. And we work with kids to find their words. And it's the same with teens. I'm in awe of the adolescent brain. It is amazing. It is brilliant. It can teach us so much. They ask the questions that I say, and I'm sure you will stump me today too, but I don't know the answer. I will contact the National Institutes of Health or Dr. Jay Geed and get back to you. So they tell us, and this is part of the journey of them learning about and understanding how their bodies, their nervous system works. This starts in the body. And the dilemma is how much interoceptive dysregulation we see, this connection to dysregulation, and seeing things around dysregulatory interventions that aren't including interoception. So this is a book by a author who is quite prolific, and Listening to My Body is my favorite, about talking about understanding the signals coming from inside our body. These simple ways that we can talk to children about this, then look at a resource like this, make it a conversation, make it a game, make it a routine. And here we are. I've been talking about these, and I hope that I have built a good foundation to now delve into the autonomic states, zones of the nervous system. And I'm just going to say something right here. I have used the traditional colors here. However, in talking with children and on the school project I have coming up, we'll use a red light with the colors. And I think maybe we'll even be changing that with adults. People are kind of back and forth on the fence with this, but green is green. So let's start there. Connect and social engagement. I'm putting the science words below. We wouldn't do this, with kids. I wouldn't talk about ventral vagal and parasympathetic, although they talk to me about their amygdala. From the Mind Up curriculum and stuff. So I saw that in my 2-year project in Finland when it was being implemented in preschools and such. So never underestimate, kind of as Dr. Ben was sharing with us about adolescents. Young kids understand, but the green zone, it's connect, it's social engagement, and that is that parasympathetic side, rest and digest. And it is on when it is dominant. These are all continuously running, all working together. They're a team. But dominance, if we're green dominance, and we'll talk about what it feels like to be there, that's because we're getting enough cues of safety to be there. When we have cues of danger, threats, trauma can get us stuck in the defensive states, starting with red, which is the sympathetic side of the nervous system. Sympathetic runs through the spine. We use very subtle spinal movements to have a very nice conversation with the nervous system. And that's traditionally when we talked about fight or flight, but we know that there's a third layer, and that dorsal side, that back side of the vagus nerve, that polyvagal discovery, the blue zone is immobilized, and that was a huge game changer. It's so important for everyone to understand, because it's often been misunderstood in clinical settings, emergency medical services, classrooms, and so forth. When someone is this is the zone of disconnection, of numbing out. I can't hear you. I can't process human voice right now. I can't remember. We are continually moving back and forth, but as to what state, what zone is going to be dominant is going to depend on the cues of safety and cues of danger. And here we can just kind of see some examples, and again, kid words. So if this was, if I was working, I'm using the adult model to talk with you, the Deb Dana ladder model, and we have these zones with children. And I'll mention Laura DeSaltis very shortly, but maybe using a street light is a great way to talk about this. Green, is go, I feel good. The kids come up with the words. Red, then we might have the yellow instead with the light. I have red here, but red is energy. It's about where we pull our energy. You can bet right now, and it's an example of a hybrid, that I'm not just operating on green as performing, public speaking. So is it still number one public fear? I've certainly, had to work with that, but I'm pulling energy out of the red zone. The thing is when we have prolonged stress, when it's too much, when we Green is like the flow that Dr. Ben was talking about. If we stay in hustle, 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 or with trauma getting stuck in the nervous system without the tools, the support and help to cues of safety in our environment and those around us to help us move up to green, then we start moving into that fight flight muscle tension. Breath will be affected absolutely in this mobilized zone. The muscles are ready for action. The circulation is focusing on the large muscles. Should we go to fight and flight? Hands will be cold, that starting to sweat and so forth. That whole response of the nervous system in this, and that also from a behavioral perspective, going from concern to irritable, if I'm staying here, to angry. But while this is our first level of defense, this is a hierarchical system. You don't get to jump from green down to blue or blue up to green. We move sequentially through each, and it might be very swiftly through the red because we can't defend, and we go down to blue, but also we burn out in red. It takes, remember I said they only got so much energy. Well, that's the challenge here. So if we continue to stay in red and red and red, we'll be landing in blue, just running out of energy to manage to be okay. We can pull from blue to immobilize, with green, a hybrid. But if we are going into blue due to defense state, tired, heavy, shutting down, disconnected, our memory will be impacted. It is the place, unfortunately, because it's a sense that I can't defend, of numbing out, hopelessness, shame, and physically we can start to feel dizzy here, nauseous. This can go into a complete shutdown. And we're going to look at this in just a couple of different ways. And you have a handout, which you may not have right now, and that's fine, because I guess in a way I'm assigning homework here. I'm just pulling, you have a 1-page handout. And if you can print it and color, that's great. After the workshop, we'll be talking about it in the follow-up groups. But this is how we befriend our nervous system. We identify words as a starting point about, when I'm here, this is how I feel. And we do this with kids, and we can use the ladder, we can use the stoplight, kids use magnets on a board. I see them in hallways, but even more in classrooms for when they come in the morning, when they come back from lunch. We use, simple, words for, depending on age, for, connect, feeling good, mobilize, maybe on the go, but then also on the ready, not feeling okay, and immobilize, stuck, pull, not here. They become part of the conversation to create the tool. But this is also a tool used extensively now in polyvagal informed therapy to notice how we feel, what the words that come to us, notice how the world feels to us, and how it feels in the body. That is key. Because we need to know where we are in our nervous systems to be able to co-regulate, to work with somebody else. And it's teaching us how to recognize where they are in their system. Because if somebody is in this advanced, something else I'm going to add here in a moment, because we need to know where they are to meet them in their autonomic state or zone. And one more thing I'm going to say here is I'm big on puppets. And if you probably some of you have met my brain puppets, but I'm grabbing them right now, and I'll tell you that I don't just use them with children, because it is a way, again, to kind of make the connection and to destigmatize with adults, I picked what is culturally appropriate in the geographic region in Alaska, talking about the green zone, because if we looked at the heart rhythm in the green zone, heart rate variability, it's like a sine wave. And I know we can't get into all the science today. I will talk about this heart rate variability, which is really the best measure of resilience physiologically that we have. But it's kind of like just the whale on the waves. And kids, adults come up with the animal that they connect with us. Mobilize can be, and bears are, again, red isn't bad. We need the energy of red to be all that we can be. But so, this is my grizzly bear, because I just get to see them more often than I'd like sometimes, but they are an extraordinary animal, a powerful animal, where we can pull energy into green when we need it. But if a bear, if a grizzly is threatened, you're going to know it by the way that they move and approach. And in freeze, we have first level, so there's my grizzly, of that kind of initial frozen, deer in the headlights. But in that situation, we're still pulling some red and blue. If we go deep into the mobilization, the backside of the vagus nerve, the dorsal vagal, then that's my mouse. And which hopefully is going to come up there. There we go. No, it's so teeny tiny. I've got to put it more up at the screen. But the cat and the mouse, mouse and the cat rather, mouse and the cat's mouth metaphor of just how an animal and humans as well, when we feel that we cannot defend, we go into a freeze or collapse. And if that happens very, very deeply, that can be a dangerous state. And it is not infrequent in clinical settings, pre-surgery, where there's a sudden drop with a patient in terms of their blood pressure, their respiration rate, and so forth, completely unexpected to them as they are just so full of worry that they start moving into that immobilize and freeze zone. And then when we see them start to shake, that's a good sign, because what do you need? Again, this is hierarchical. You don't jump to the top or jump to the bottom. When you are coming down, if there is energy in the red zone, and that happens with trauma too, and or that activation of going from I can defend to I can't defend, and then down to freeze. When you come back up, away, it needs to be released. It's the issue around immobilizing folks if it's not necessary, because shake it out. Tension and trauma releasing exercise, which I learned from the military, was the first mind-body technique that I trained in. They were bringing this into the military centers of excellence for post-traumatic stress disorder. And now we use it in all kinds of different ways, but that movement of shaking is a good sign that we're starting to move back up the ladder here. So what do we use in freeze? It's not big stuff. It's often very small movement. It could be just moving the eyes if a person is that frozen, or starting to turn the head a little bit, or wiggling the fingers, small rotation of joints. Then we come, if we're, in the red, we can, that extending the exhale to reset, start to shift the nervous system, bigger movement, walking in place, doing some spinal flexion and extension. Lots of options to get to green, to get to social engagement. And it's this moving, it's like gears just moving smoothly between these different states. It is happening all the time. We're borrowing in those little hybrids that you see there when we're playing sports, when kids are when kids are playing, they're totally pulling some red into the green zone. They're in connect. They're co-regulating to play. If they are playing nicely and cooperatively, and you bring in a little energy into it. When we are doing things where we need to be quiet or intimate, and that can be mindfulness, it can be nursing, they will pull some blue in. So again, there is no bad zone. We need all of them working together as a team. But what's dominant, and we notice where we are, and then have tools to be able to move in between. And I think I've mentioned almost all of this. It's just that the challenge is that trauma can get coupled with the defense states, which in the ladder that we are using and you have as your handout, which I hope you'll reflect on after today's session, is the red and the blue zones, the mobilize and the immobilize. If you don't want to use the colors, that's where the dilemma can be, where we get stuck, and then how we use neural exercises to move back up. And just some content that I know we have a lot of educators here today and a very diverse audience, but just, you know, a nervous system that's focused on danger. And so this can be physicians talking to their client, to their patients, in terms of what they need to know for an upcoming procedure. Can be me in the dental chair, because that's a tough journey for me. But and my dentist has learned to allow me to have some time to do some breath work, taking 30-second breaks in between. And so relative to the classroom too, because we can't focus on danger, learning when we are focused on a threat, our body, we may not be recognizing the trigger. But if we can tune into the nervous system, then we can know what's happening. So just starting the day, start days in the clinic, in the classroom, with a little breath and movement. During the height of the pandemic, there were in pediatric hospitals, nurses, staff together doing a little breath movement of breathing in compassion for themselves on the inhale and breathing out compassion to everyone around them on the exhale. We will actually end with a very brief loving kindness or compassion practice, because it's a ventral vagal. It's a connect technique. It talks to the vagus nerve. But what if we could just start? They found that minute practice of coming into the moment and doing that little breath and movement, it made a difference in an extremely difficult situation. So checking where you are in the nervous system and how can we send cues of safety in the environment and otherwise are huge. And I'm just going to say, look, a few quick things here about environmental cues of safety. This nature activates the vagus nerve. Even, you know, that's what I was saying about feel your feet on the floor and understand that that floor eventually contacts the ground. And I flew into Helsinki a lot and look forward to doing it again. And I would be so tired, because if you're flying out of Alaska anywhere, you're typically flying all night. And I would get off that plane and be somewhat dysregulated. And the first place I visit is the restroom, the head. And doggone it, there are birds singing in the Helsinki airport bathrooms. It's positively brilliant. And so think about the simple ways we can bring nature inside. Think of what the soundscape is like, because there are sounds. And when I work in schools, and some of them still have those alarm systems, and they don't, I know schools have alarm systems. I spent a ridiculous amount of time in school and in the corner too. But The thing is that if we play this soft tone before for dysregulated nervous systems, that lets them know the alarm is coming next. Schools, I hear about changing the ceiling to sound absorbing and seeing dramatic changes in discipline issues. And so I encourage you to check the work of Lori DeSaltis. And this is her book, Intentional Neuroplasticity. That diagram, which is probably teeny tiny to see, is just an example of a floor plan, because if you go to her website, and I'm using her tools, there are surveys for students and the educators about where are the green zones, where are the red zones in our schools, having conversations and tools to guide with the youngest of kids to older kids about the what are cues of safety to you. When you're feeling okay, what are the cues? Where are the places that you feel safer and less safe? And clinical settings as well. Here's another one of my polyvagal heroes, and I'm looking at the clock here, so I need to wrap up. Dr. Heather Abernathy, a anesthesiologist, University of Wisconsin, amazing work for the clinical setting. And so she has taken ACLS, the, excuse me, that abbreviation for Advanced Cardiovascular Life Support, and turned it into a polyvagal addition awareness around facial expression, your posture. The initiatives around faces behind masks, of wearing a picture of yourself smiling if you have to be masked, that we are giving choice, validating concerns, asking patients, what are you most afraid of? So maybe we don't see them moving into that blue and immobilized zone. And slower sensations. I'm in awe because I was at the Mayo Clinic last year, and then my friend had open heart surgery there, and in the CCU on the television, it is meditation. They worked with breath techniques right from the cardiac care unit, the ICU as well. It's integrated now into care. We are seeing extraordinary things, and I'll tell you, it's even happening at in hospitals in Alaska. And sometimes we are not the early adapters. It takes a while for stuff to get to us. So I'm going to wrap up now with just a little bit, some comments around movement. We all know the amazing work of Dr. Bruce Perry. My work started very much with a 5-year project with him in California many moons ago around neurodevelopmental implications. And he understood so early, as so many others have, like Dr. Peter Lean and such, that movement is essential to move from anxiety to a calmer cognitive state, to get upstairs in the brain. It's going to be part of the equation. And that's why I was mentioning occupational therapists in the beginning. Bilateral, cross-lateral movement, trauma-informed yoga, drumming, paddling, great cross body. The rhythm of the breath. We use other techniques for sensation that I'll talk a little bit more in the workshops. I'm a big tapper, emotional frill. My mouse and it muted me there. Hopefully you got that. And I'm going to say something very quickly. I know at least a few Finnish colleagues here. I became involved with Asahi last year. And when Finland does something, I have to tell you that I listen, because they transform my thinking after a 2-year project of working with family shelters, working with family, working with everyone. And so when I learned about Asahi, the physicians, exercise, movement specialists working together to develop a secular type, very portable, don't need any equipment, that really addresses the amazing body of research, health research they have from prenatal till we transition from the planet. This is a brilliant series of movements, beginning with relaxation, using integrating breath, big brain builder. And so I encourage you maybe to take a look at this And I saw Victoria just coming back on. Do we have time to do a couple movements to transition? I will do these very quickly. I'll just, let's just start now with a physiological sigh, which is known since the 1930s. Again, a lot of this stuff isn't new. If you would just take two little inhales through your nose, let it out with an exhale through the mouth and maybe a sound. I'm going to do that one more. The body does this many times a day, usually after you cry as well. It's just simple ways to talk to the brain. If we take our head and our arms, and I'll only do it twice to each side, this is a little relaxation movement. It's part of Asahi. I'm glad I made it this far without coughing and probably need to stop now. One more thing, some shoulder circles. We've been sitting a long time. When you move the circles, it activates certain muscles that talk to the vagus nerve, can go back and then forward. And I'll say one more thing, and it's time for Q&A. Ears, they're made of fibers, vagal fibers. When you even play with the ears, it's a way to talk to the vagus nerve. Let's stop now and go to questions, answers, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Linda. We have many questions that came in. We have a time for a few, I think. There were a couple of questions specifically about adolescence and how to connect with teens and what sorts of play as co-regulation might you recommend when you're working with adolescents?
That my big answer to global answer to this is going to be that you involve teens and bring the science to them for discussion. They will get it. When I did adolescent brain work with them, they were amazing. And then making it interactive, starting with helping them to understand the nervous system and doing these types of surveys and assessments, brainstorming about words with them. And I mean, anything that is, as I mentioned, cross-body is going to be fantastic because it does help the two hemispheres of the brain talk together. So what's culturally relevant? And the teens that you're talking about? Is it going to be dance? And where I live, drumming, huge, drumming and dance. So, and it may be some type of movement working with animals, bringing animals into it. But it's going to depend on the setting. And I would be brainstorming with them about what's most meaningful to them. I have found that they really like relaxation movements, which was why, and when I initially looked at the Sahi work, that was so important. But there's lots of different ways to do that. Does it feel responsive, Jenny, to the question?
Yes, thank you. The next question we have here is about someone who, say, has been disconnected from their breath or body for a long time, and it might feel overwhelming to reconnect. And do you have any advice when you're working with people?
Yes, and I appreciate this question as well as the previous one. See, a little is a lot. And that's why even when what we were doing here, it was just like, can we just notice the breath? You don't need to, there's no need to change it. There's no right or wrong, just noticing. That's where I start. And then if we're going to do something by tiny little movements, which if you look at Dr. Judd Brewer's just tracing, and this is used in addiction treatment too, one finger, inhale up, exhale down. You do your own thing, your own pace, but see, we're bringing attention to touch. You're finding your rhythm, and with the body just touching in initially about something like what's your energy level, or just general, what are you noticing? It takes time, and people like myself who totally lived in their heads and come from an upbringing and a culture of strong intentional disconnect, it's going to be different tools. So you are the detective. Be curious and just allow, and don't be critical as you learn. So that kind of a short answer to a big question, but understand that 15 seconds just noticing, checking in, that's big, and that might be enough to start.
Thank you, Linda. I think we have time for one more question. A couple people asked how and where they can learn more about the safe and sound protocols that you had mentioned earlier in your presentation.
Oh, great. Because I listed it in the resource list, and I think this is my opportunity to let you know that when you fill out the evaluation for this training, you will get the resource list. You can also just Google it, but if you Google safe and sound protocol, it's going to take you to the collaborative of Dr. Porges and the folks that he's working with about this, but you will have the link on the resource list.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for answering your questions. I'm sorry we weren't able to get to all of them today.
Wow. Linda, I hope that you can hear, at least in your mind, the applause from hundreds of us out here, and so many light bulbs, and the howling. I think I can speak for the collective we. We love the howling. Apparently some of our viewers are watching the forum together. So there was even some group howling that was going on. The knowledge that you provided us is really important, really foundational. And you've given us a lot to think about and given us so much to work with, which brings me to the following. For those of you who are interested in doing a deeper dive with Linda, and Linda mentioned this when she was talking with us, there are 2 small group workshops coming up next week, and you can sign up via the links on the event page. They're about an hour in length. They're much more intimate. They're smaller groups. And also at the end of this month, there is a workshop specifically geared to those working with prenatal to 5 families. And it's first come, first served. So spaces are limited. Yes, and Linda also mentioned that as incentive to fill out the post-forum surveys at the end of today, she has that you'll be automatically receiving one of the resource. So it's a list of resources that's really valuable. But she's also very generously given us some copies of her book, her wonderful Howling with Huskies book. And I think I have it right here, if you can see. And she's given us some copies, and we'll do a drawing from those who fill out the surveys. So thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. And we will be coming back this afternoon at 12:45 when we return to hear from our remarkable panelist presenters.
Back, everybody. I hope you've had a chance to do all kinds of digesting, thinking about all the things that Dr. Linda was sharing with us earlier, thinking about the ways in which there are little aha moments going on for you, little light bulbs being lit. Also a chance to make sure you nourish your body, maybe have some movement, and pay attention to all the cues that our bodies are telling us about how to be our best selves in this time and this day. I'm really looking forward to this next section where we get to hear from these other speakers, these other really talented, brilliant people. And I'm just going to be just so looking forward to the ways in which thoughts kind of connect and intersect. I'm really, really thrilled to introduce Rochelle Lowe. We have a tradition in this venue of really allowing speakers to introduce themselves and say things about themselves. I'm just going to tell you one thing about Rochelle. Do you ever meet somebody and you feel like you've known them forever, for a long, long time, that they're like part of a family that you didn't realize you had and that you're so lovingly connected to? That's Rochelle for me. And I'm not going to hold up any more of your time, Rochelle. I'm going to hand it over to you to get us going into this afternoon session and share some of your wisdom with us. I'm so pleased and honored to be in space with you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Danielson, and thank you all so much for having me here. Happy Thursday. My name is Roche. You can use she and her pronouns for me, and I am a professional development facilitator with Belong Partners. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm going to be giving this presentation and speaking on the panel from the ancestral lands of the Duwamish people. I see our quote is up, and I want to begin with this quote from Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, and she shares that educators can deliver the daily doses of healing interactions that are truly the antidote to toxic stress. And just as the science shows that it's the cumulative dose of early adversity that's most harmful, it also shows that the cumulative dose of healing, nurturing interactions is most healing. And so this quote resonates deeply with me in more ways than one. I'm called to think of my younger self, that little girl in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who first felt seen at school. And I'm called to think of and to thank my teachers, my early educators, my first grade teacher, Ms. Amy, my third grade teacher, Mrs. Little, my fifth grade teacher, Ms. Freeman. And now as an adult, I get to partner with other educators who make that difference, build those relationships, and impact young people every day when they so boldly center connection and commit to seeing young people for who they are. My organization, Belong Partners, is a Seattle-based nonprofit committed to building equitable learning opportunities and nurturing growth. And in thinking about what it is that we do at Belong Partners, we can look at it like this. So we have a vision of a not so distant future where everyone knows they belong and they can thrive. And so our purpose as an organization is to build equitable communities that center the dignity, the voice, and the agency of young people, because we know that that is crucial to actualizing our vision. And how we do that, our approach is by partnering with schools and other organizations to transform the ways in which adults teach, parent, and care for youth. And what grounds and what roots us in our work and in our partnerships is connection, courage, and liberation. And so we work with adults to support the development of mindsets, practices, and systems that really allow young people to bring their full selves into their school communities and beyond. And in our work, we talk a lot about punitive approaches. You know, what are young people learning, even when those approaches seem logical and well-intended? And we work to center solutions over those punitive responses and consequences, emphasizing that they be reasonable, they be related, respectful, and mayhaps most radically, solutions need to also be helpful. And so in our partnerships with schools and districts, students not only learn how to solve whole class problems or issues, but they also learn to lean on each other and really look to find support from their classmates for individual problems. And it's incredible to really witness the innovation and the creativity of those solutions that emerge when we provide the space for young people to actively engage in the problem-solving, solution-centered process. And so this question, when we find solutions, what are they learning? It's incredibly important to us at Belong Partners. And so is this question. When we punish, what are we teaching? At Belong Partners, those restorative practices are so deeply embedded into our work, and we advocate for this creation of spaces where individuals are able to reflect, understand, and actively participate in the process of repairing harm. And that is whether it's from a classroom setting or the larger community, because we know that the mindset and the system shifts of restorative discipline, it fosters a culture of connection, understanding, and continuous learning and growing. And at Belong Partners, we are very fortunate and we have the privilege to work with around 5,000 adults who in turn care for or teach 75,000 young people. And we've partnered with over 15,000 educators over or across 56 different school communities in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and California to integrate social emotional learning and those restorative practices into schools, into classrooms, and into districts. And so in building those equitable communities, to us, that means connecting our work within schools to the larger community outside of it. And Belong Partners has had, again, the immense privilege to offer tools and to support transformation in a diverse range of community organizations. And these are a few. And so our work at Belong Partners is grounded in this unshakable belief that all human beings need belonging, significance, and safety. And this belief is how, or it informs how Belong Partners shows up in our work. And we put this into action through a brain-informed approach to relationship, really working to try to challenge the traditional top-down response to youth behavior. So the traditional response, right, looks like a young person misbehaving. And as adults, we think about our first move, it needs to be talking to or teaching at. But neuroscience tells us that doesn't actually work. We believe that there's a much more effective approach that's based in neuroscience and that need to increase safety, belonging, and significance. And that's the regulate, relate, reason framework, which is adapted from the work of Dr. Bruce Perry. So we know that young people do better when they feel better. And so what we're doing is we're making sure that they're regulated, that they're connected, that they feel safe before we teach new skills or attempt to reason with those prefrontal cortexes that they likely don't have access to in the moment anyways. So regulate, relate, reason ends up becoming a roadmap and a reminder for us. And when adults hold on to it, it is how we see them move from being trauma aware to not trauma, or moving from not trauma aware to trauma aware. And so when we talk about that movement, when we talk about being trauma aware, it's really important to understand that it's not the simple binary of being either or, it's a continuum. And it's a spectrum that we all navigate. And our goal is to move towards becoming more trauma aware. And that movement is something that asks us for conscious effort, for shifting our perspectives, for uncovering our biases. And it is continual work. And one that I try to keep in my mind and in my heart is that when I see a behavior, it's not actually a problem, but a solution to a different problem that maybe I don't see. Young people in school don't usually come to their educators and say, hey, I'm a second grader and I'm navigating 4 adverse childhood experiences or 4 adverse environments. Though we and even they might not be aware of it, what's happening is their amazingly adaptive brains are doing what they need in order for those young people to survive. And again, those brains are adapting in ways that make sense in that growing human's life context and their consciousness. And so this way of looking at behavior, realizing that often there's a dysregulated nervous system underneath, that is trauma responsive. That is moving towards being trauma aware. And so when we use those type of approaches in the classroom community, in the school community, and beyond, it not only helps our young people that have had those adverse experiences, traumas, and toxic stressors, it helps all our young people. And now I want to offer a practical tool that's been incredibly impactful in our work at Belong Partners, and we call it the resiliency window. You might have also heard it referred to as the window of tolerance. And so the resiliency window is an idea that helps us to understand how our bodies respond to stresses. And these can be tangible or they can be intangible because our nervous system reacts similarly to both. And so many people typically have a baseline that is here. And that's just to say that the general stress level is there. And in times of stress, we get dysregulated and we cross what we call the lose it line, triggering those freeze, fight, flight reflexes and reactions. And then also for many of us, we have lots of ups and downs throughout the day. When we get stressed, our heart rate rises. We can calm back down pretty easily. And then our heart rate decreases, our nervous system reintegrates, it calms. However, for some folks, that baseline is higher, right? Leading to a constant state of alertness. So when they're stressed, they're that much closer to that lose it line. And so we'd say that those individuals have a smaller resiliency window. And anyone can have a small resiliency window or an expanded one. It's a human thing. It's not something that just applies to our young people. This is true for adults as well. And so when we can understand that, it becomes foundational for how we can best support our young people in our communities. And so at Belong Partners, our focus is not on fixing behaviors or fixing individuals, but instead on growing and stretching those resiliency windows, because those baselines are not permanent. The things that we do, the regulation, the encouragement we offer, those healing, nurturing interactions that Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris reminds us of, all of that together can move that baseline down. So I'm going to give a couple examples of some things that might happen to you throughout the day. And so just go ahead and follow along with me with your arms and think about, does this shrink the resiliency window? Does it add stress, or does it stretch the resiliency window? Does it build resilience? Okay, here we go. You didn't get much sleep last night. Does that shrink or stretch your resiliency window? Your friend brings you a coffee. You arrive early to work and have time to settle in. The Wi-Fi is down. You get a call from school that your kid is sick. You get a phone call from a friend that you weren't expecting, but they have good news. So these are just a few examples that we can play with, and I invite you to continue to reflect on your own resiliency window. Gift yourself the time, that pause to notice what shrinks my resiliency window. And then think about what are the actions that we can take to intentionally stretch that resiliency window. Taking it an even step further, what can community do to support you in that? And then consider how can you apply this tool to the young people that you support in your life. The next time you encounter a young person who's stressed, whose nervous system is dysregulated, instead of thinking, how do I stop this behavior? Offer yourself the reflection of how can I stretch the resiliency window? Because I promise once you try it, once you really notice it and leverage it, it is a powerful shift in perspective that can make a lasting impact. Because we know that there are systems, there are structures in our schools and our society that can shrink resiliency windows. And that's true for our young people, and that's true for our adults. And it makes it hard for people to stay regulated. But at the same time, there are things that we can do for young people and that we can do for each other to expand that space. Because being back to baseline for an adult means that we're able to encourage, we're able to hold up that mirror to our young people, we're able to be a present guide in their journeys as learners, as community members, as growing humans. And then being back to baseline for young people means that they have the most space in their resiliency window to engage in community and in learning and in thriving. And so remember, again, it's not about, or it's about stretching, not fixing, and in creating that space for resiliency to grow. So we can stop our presentation here because I want to share a story with you about a student from a Belong Partner School. And it is the journey of Marshawn from 2nd to 5th grade. And so he joined the school community as a kindergartner. And from the start, his charisma, his energy, it just shone through. And so we met him in 2nd grade, and he was spending a lot of time out of class, isolated from his peers and his teachers. And he didn't really think he belonged at school. Over the years and our partnership with the school, though, we got to be alongside Marshawn's educators as they developed trauma-responsive, restorative, culturally relevant tools. And they learned to use those strengths lens that was also based in neuroscience to give Marshawn ample opportunities to build skills and to engage fully as himself in the community. He became a mentor, he was leading his younger peers. And so the adults at the Belong Partners Whole School were dedicated to relationship, to fostering authentic connections between and amongst students and staff, because they understood, like us at Belong Partners, that meaningful transformation, it begins when we build strong relationships and we build connections. And so that care and the consideration, the space for every person, adult or child, to bring their full selves to the school community, it allowed educators to work collectively a lot more smoothly. Communication was easier, conflict was still there, and it was still hard. Yet those threads of I see you, I hear you, you belong, made it so it was navigable. And so the staff's collaborative efforts to align those educator practices and strategies created a cohesive school environment. And I witnessed the work that these educators did, and I saw the impact on Marshawn and other young people in that school. And so you can imagine that sense of safety a student can feel when no matter where they turn at a school or who they turn to at a school, they will be seen, they will be heard, they will be supported. That played a crucial role. And that's what happened for Marshawn. A community of adults came together with connection, cohesion, and consistency. And neuroscience tells us, it reminds us that young people every day, each and every day, are making decisions about who they are as learners, as community members, as people, based on their experiences in the world. And Marshawn could have very well had or continue to have had those adverse experiences throughout his elementary school journey, particularly within school, that told him he didn't fit, he didn't belong. But he was given those opportunities in that space to see himself as capable, to understand that it's okay to make mistakes, that yes, you can learn, yes, you can grow, yes, you have a voice, you have choice, and you matter here. Even when you're not regulated, you matter. And that really changed the reality of what school was, of who adults were and could be for Marshawn. And so when we think about that movement from being trauma aware or not trauma aware to trauma aware to putting this practice of neuroscience into action and the regulate, relate, reason framework into action, we see it with students like Marshawn and in our Belong Partners whole schools. And so his educators saw his behaviors and they still saw him and what was going on underneath. And the work that Marshawn did as a learner, both academically and socially, when he felt he was seen and felt like he belonged at the school, is a massive piece to this story that I don't have the time to share. Though Marshawn is in middle school now, a sixth grader, and one of his educators, not even one of his classroom teachers, is still so deeply connected to him and to his family. And so that impact is still lasting, it's continuing. And who knows, when Marshawn's an adult, who knows what the impact he will have on his community and others in it. And so that is just one student's story in the work that I am so fortunate enough to do at Belong Partners. And I think about how I was just one student when Miss Amy, Mrs. Little, Miss Freeman saw me. So I want to thank you very much for giving me the space to share my presentation, to share this story with you all. Thank you so very much. I'm really excited to continue this conversation along my fellow panelists. If you'd like to connect afterwards, I'd be delighted. But for now, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sky Camphouse.
I am Dr. Sky Camphouse, clinical psychologist and senior director at Ryther. I'm excited to be here today to share with you some of the sensory strategies we have used to support regulation and healing with the clients we serve. My passion as a psychologist has been in neurodevelopment. My work at Ryther gave me the opportunity to leverage that passion to engage in a whole body approach to trauma and processing. Ryther is a nonprofit behavioral health agency serving children, adolescents, young adults, and their families. We provide services through a continuum of care, which includes community-based services, general outpatient, intensive outpatient, and currently I'm excited to share that we are expanding our services to include a partial hospitalization program. Additionally, we're looking forward to opening a new residential treatment program. Our mission at Ryther is to provide children, youth, young adults, and their families a path to healing and hope. What I have found remarkable about Ryther is our willingness and curiosity to continually improve our approach to treatment. We are unique amongst our peers in that we have been able to create experiential opportunities across our campus to support regulation and healing. This includes a sensory path with several stations, a modulation room and various sensory tools, a climbing wall, and uniquely a challenge course, which is not seen in very many community behavioral health agencies. Before I share more about our sensory pathway modulation room, I wanted to ground us in the experience of one of the youth who came to Ryther in need of support. At 10 years old, she had already experienced more than 5 placement disruptions. We will call her Kaylee. We were told her emotional dysregulation was so severe, it was difficult to provide her with the needed support within a home environment. What we observed was almost daily episodes of dysregulation lasting 2 to 4 hours that involved verbal threats, non-directed physical aggression, and non-suicidal self-injury. What we learned was that she was incredibly kind and creative. She wanted to feel safe and regulated, but she didn't know how to get there. And she expressed feeling shame due to the dysregulation and ultimately the rejection that followed. Her trauma history was significant for physical abuse, neglect, and attachment disruption, in addition to intergenerational trauma and this experience of systemic racism. While caring for Kaylee, Ryther was in the process of implementing our trauma-informed model of care, attachment, regulation, and competency, ARC for short. We consulted about her case and identified an underlying need for containment. She often voiced her need to have an adult with her, and we noticed when we did not provide that adult support she would have more severe dysregulation until the point where that adult had to be there in order to provide safety. As a proactive strategy, we began to meet her containment need with one-to-one support, just as she said she needed. Additionally, we developed a plan to proactively support her regulation through sensory strategies. I share this experience as it was a meaningful one in my own professional development. Too often, we respond to dysregulation by developing a behavior plan, talking about coping skills, really talking through executive functions and trying to give reason as to why someone doesn't need to feel a certain way. The ARC approach helped us to think about the body, the deep-seated need laid down by developmental trauma, and to appreciate the importance of meeting that need in order to promote a felt sense of safety, a safety she could feel in her body. In addition to providing the needed containment, we created a sensory diet informed by the SMART approach that met her sensory needs. Her sensory diet was embedded into her daily routines to proactively support regulation. Over time, she began to feel more regulated. She was able to be more flexible in her emotions, her behaviors, and her thinking. So what was included in Kaylee's sensory diet? First, we identified tactile strategies. Tactile sensory input provides us with information about pressure, temperature, and texture. It is sensed through the skin. There's a large variety of tactile experiences, but some examples include large pillows, using warmies, or a massage roller. The pictures on the left show two of our sensory stations that Kaylee enjoyed. The first picture is our textured pathway that she likes to walk across barefoot. The second is a water station that she was able to play in. These tactile experiences supported her attunement and connection to her body. Second, we identified vestibular strategies. So vestibular input provides us with information about balance as well as position and movement of the head. The vestibular system responds to the pull of gravity. Strategies to engage the vestibular system include standing on a balance board or jumping on a mini trampoline or using a spinning board. You can even just spin in an office chair, right? For Kaylee, she preferred yoga poses as well as somersaults. This helped to organize her internally and improved her efficiency in processing sensory input. Proprioception. This provides us with information about our body and where it is located in space. It is sensed through the muscles and the joints. Ideas for engaging proprioception include jumping on a trampoline, tossing a ball, or using a body sock because of the pressure in the palms and in the feet and around the body. The two pictures on the left show you what Kaylee preferred. She enjoyed moving her body on a physio ball as well as getting her muscles and joints engaged through gross motor play on our playground. These movements helped her to feel more grounded in her body. Rhythm. This is an effective tool for promoting regulation. It helps us to feel more organized in our nervous system. It helps to sync our heart rate and our breathing. Ideas may be just to bounce to a beat. It always helps when we can mirror the movements of the kiddos that we're working with. At Ryther, we have a hand drumming group where the kids can also be the leader and experience that mirroring of the other kids and adults in the group. Activities focused on rhythm and mirroring provide co-regulation and an overall experience of being seen and connected. Combining input. So think a sensory multivitamin. When we combine inputs, it can increase the intensity of the sensory experience. So an example of that might be that you're tossing a ball and doing a somersault and you do that back and forth. The two pictures on the top left show Ryther's modulation room. We have various swings that we set up with crash pads on the floor. Often we observe kids wanting to roll from the swings to land on those mats, or they swing as hard as they can so they crash against the walls. And this is a way that they are naturally seeking out combined input. This can also be very upregulating for them. I also wanted to show a picture of our touch garden where kids can touch, smell, and taste. This offers multiple sensory inputs, but is a bit more down-regulating than the crash mats. We know that combining the vestibular, the proprioceptive, and the tactile senses gives us an awareness of our bodies and our connection to the environment. Lastly, I just wanted to share a bit about creating a safe space. So when we allow kids to be able to use materials to create a space that feels safe to them, it helps to reduce that sense of threat that they may be experiencing in their bodies. Ideas for this may be just using cushions or furniture and covering it in blankets. A foldable tent in the area can be incredibly helpful. Sometimes we use tunnels. At Ryder, we have these giant foam blocks. They're incredibly difficult to store, but worth the problem solving so that the kids can pull them out and they make these huge forts and they're able to go inside those spaces that they create and really are able to have that sense of safety within their body. So trauma experience integration, kind of coming back around to our trauma-informed model. How did Kaylee respond to these strategies? What we saw over time is that Kaylee required less one-to-one support with the adults in her life as she was doing individual therapy and group therapy and her sensory diet and really connecting with family and natural supports. She was starting to feel more regulated. Eventually, she got to the place where she was able to transition to a foster to adopt home, and she was continuing to use her sensory diet in order to be able to make that transition. And although it wasn't the end of her journey with her time at Ryder, she did get to a place where she started to feel like she could reach that sense of safety again. Thank you. I hope that my presentation gave you some creative ideas in the ways that you can maybe apply some of the learning that you're doing throughout the day-to-day. I appreciate you listening. And I will pass it off to Dr. Martina.
Why hasal halt in chais quist Martina wil sulauch us asken pelks intem hulausen eich us asint alich. My government name is Martina Wilshula, and my ancestral name is Skinpalks, which means just touches the ground, which was given to me by my great-grandfather, Enya Seymour, back in the 60s. So I'm really honored that I have that name. It was the name of my great-grandmother, and so I carry that with me. I'm a mother of 6 and a grandmother of 20. And I have a great-grandchild coming in April. So I stay inspired to do the work that I do for sure. My professional background includes over 45 years in Indian education and about 30 years in behavioral health, specializing in intergenerational colonial trauma. Aside from my professional background, I am a jingle dancer, a drummer, a singer, and a contemporary and cultural artist. And so one of my greatest passions is tribal language and culture revitalization and using that cultural knowledge to help tribal communities heal. And now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Abigail.
Thank you, Martina. Buenos días, Kualitonadi, a todos, Latsukumati, por dejarnos estar aquí con todos ustedes. It's really a privilege and honor to be here with my friend and colleague, Dr. Wilshula, and with all of you. Me llamo Abigail Melissa Bocanegra. This is a name given to me by my mom and my grandmother. And I'm also known as Yesi Patli, as a danzante and a drummer, was named by a respected elder in our Mexica and danza community. I am a second-generation Mexican-American cisgendered woman born and raised in the South Side of Chicago, and that'll tell you a lot about who I am. My story is within 3 generations of my immigrant family, my parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents who immigrated from Monterrey and San Luis Potosí, Mexico in the 1970s. And so our family holds this lineage of the Nahua, Huastec, and Spanish peoples. Learning about my grandparents and how my great-grandparents lived will tell you a lot about who I am today and why I'm here. They danced, I remembered, a lot. They sang. They played music together. They created music together. They rocked us to sleep, singing roo, roo, roo. And when we weren't feeling well, they would whisper, sana, sana, colita de rana. And so it is these early childhood experiences that are the foundation of my identity and how I navigate the world. And so as I'm here with all of you, I'm also here with my family and my ancestors. I am a loving partner and a mother of 3 beautiful daughters. My youngest just made her first year on the sun last month. I am the founder and CEO of Creative Heart Therapies, where I work as an expressive arts psychotherapist and an infant and early childhood mental health consultant. And I work primarily with Indigenous and Indigenous Latinx families in the community here in Spokane, Washington. And I am extremely grateful to share with you the integrative cultural healing model, co-authored with Dr. Walshula. And so it is with that I pass it on to Martina to open us up in a good way.
Yes, and so in our tradition, Abby and I thought it would be great to kind of share our creation story for the model and where it started. So Abby and I were invited to be a part of the Tribal Leadership Alliance that was convened by the Empire Health Foundation, which is a local philanthropy in Eastern Washington. The integrative cultural healing model was developed through regional discussions among tribal health leaders about 5 years ago. And the Tribal Leadership Alliance requested an annual treatment curriculum, which then evolved into this healing model, grounded in traditional ecological knowledge and our Indigenous worldview. The integrated cultural healing model, it aimed to support the healing of trauma and disrupted attachment in children aged 0 to 7 and their families. And the tribal psychocultural worldview, they entail complex knowledge systems rooted in place and symbiotic relationships with all of creation. So we developed a healing process through consultation with tribal elders, guided by ancestral knowledge for our future generations. They're so generous and so committed and dedicated to this work. And we would have all-day retreats with them, and they loved it and they want to stay involved with it. So the project outcomes so far include a seasonal training manual, training clinicians, and then reflective consultation. And so overall, the project was deemed a total success. So, when we're thinking about with our first cohort, we got to take them out and go through the training, and it was greatly appreciated, but so much so that the interest in cohort 2 has quadrupled in number of tribal clinicians attending. So we're pretty excited about that because we'll be able to serve more tribes within our region. And so now, yeah, go ahead. Okay. So one of the things that I struggle with over the years is how non-native people would make these judgments about our culture and the way we do things and how we lived and how we dress, I mean, everything. And so I realized that before we do any kind of training, it's always a good idea to create that context and kind of reveal that Indigenous worldview. And so I'm going to go through this briefly as far as this is kind of the basic foundation of with the work in the integrative cultural healing model. So one of the things that we're told is that our universe is a living universe. Everything has life. The only difference is one may be animate and the other inanimate, but it all has life. That we're a collective culture. In my language, our word for relative is naksil, which literally means one body, one people. But it doesn't just include humans. That collective culture includes humans, the earth, and all of the natural world. So we are a collective culture and identity. And so the core values that we have with that, number one, what the elders tell us is that children are sacred. And we need to care for them in that way and to respect our elders and our family. So we're a very family, tribal oriented culture, and to have respect for all of creation. And children learn that very early in their life. And they are great at protecting the earth and water. And those, once they get the teachings, they're great about doing that themselves. Generosity, that in our culture, that wealth is not measured by how much we accumulate, but how much we give away. And so we have lots of giveaways out of gratitude for the gifts that we're given and blessed with. Patience. This is one I learned the hard way. And so the elders teach us about patience. There's a saying that the roots are not going to be ready on April 8th. The roots will be ready when it's time. And so we're taught about all of these different ways that we need to exercise patience in our life. And then also with that, listening and observing. And they say to not talk as much, but pay attention. And if you think about that, it's the listening and observing and that patience that brings us tens of thousands of years of wisdom and ecological knowledge, is just watching and observing. Also, compassion is really important. And then, of course, as a collective culture, cooperation and how we all can work together in that way. And so, as I mentioned, we were really fortunate to be able to work with this advisory of elders. And what the elders were expressing and stressing is the importance of that parent-child early relational health, the connection to the land, and that they stress that we are all born with sacred purpose and with gifts, and it reveals itself, throughout life in its time. And so Jessica Ulrich has a great quote, and she says that when children are able to engage in environmental, family, intergenerational, and spiritual connectedness, this contributes to a synergistic outcome of our collective well-being. And so again, it's just about all of us and all of creation, and there's no hierarchy. None of us, no creature, animal, plant is any more valuable than the other. And just remembering that. And so I'll turn it over to Abigail.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Martina. So in the spirit of what Martina just shared, of intergenerational connectedness, of holding rhythm and relationship, much of what we've been talking about throughout this, this whole presentation, I'd like to slow us down a little bit and offer a poem. And so it begins with a family journeying along the bank of a still lake in the hush of spring morning. Babies cradled on backs, nestled in rose-branched baby boards, gently rocked and bounced and swayed in the rhythm of steps. Parents and aunties and uncles, cousins, grandparents, a musicality of cooing and humming and singing. All is good with mind and heart. For rest and food medicine, a pause by the water's edge, gathering baby green shoots. And under a willow tree, the respite of family, and baby rests, center of all, sheltered within the moss of Mother Earth, eyes gazing upon Father Sky. What does baby see? What does baby feel? What does baby sense? Baby sees the dancing of willow leaves, the hearing of the four winds weaving through green grass blades, the listening to bird song and water ripples, the sensing of traveling deer and elk. Baby senses and embodies trust, love, and belonging to family, to ancestors, to the land, to all of creation. During one of our Knowledge Keeper gatherings, an elder had shared with us, Kiskasem, give my grandchild a dream. The poem I shared with you is a dream that came to me during the development of this model. And so we are here dreaming a future together where our Indigenous children and families are deeply connected to their heritage and to the natural world. The integrative cultural healing model lies at the core of these efforts. It's a journey back to our roots, where connections extend beyond the immediate family to all of creation. And this is a direct challenge to a lot of our Western ideologies and attachment theory, where the focus is really on the parent-child dyad or the family system. So something to think about. Families in the model are guided in these moment-to-moment interactions that are very purposeful and intentional in the remembrance of their innate and ancestral ability to connect to all relations. The elders also shared with us that spirituality is everything. It's in everything. And so the model that we created is grounded in spirituality, reflecting the cycles of the seasons. Each seasonal phase, you'll see, is designed to enrich connections, beginning with the land in the spring, moving into self-discovery in the summer, and then strengthening family ties in the fall, and then embracing community and storytelling in the winter, all within a spiritual context. And so this journey for families is really healing, right? And reclamation, weaving together a lot of clinical concepts that we all know here of attachment theory through a decolonized lens, Indigenous child development, trauma theory, ecotherapies, somatosensory experiences, reflecting the research of Dr. Peter Levine, and sacred healing arts, all following a neuroanatomical sequence of engagement informed by neuroscience and some of the work of Dr. Stephen Porges, the polyvagal theory. And so this has then culminated into a comprehensive approach of health and well-being within the seasons for our Indigenous family. And so with that, I invite Martina to start us off with spring.
Thank you. So springtime is like, oh, it's epic. The elders, they start getting giddy and they're like excited, you know, because it'll be root digging season, and they put their baskets in the back of their cars and they have their root diggers all ready to go just in case they get a chance. So just kind of thinking about how, you know, spring is like everything wakes up and comes to life. So the focus of spring is a sense of belonging to land. And on the pictures on the left is my 2-year-old granddaughter, and with, you know, engaged in root digging and harvesting of all of our plant medicines and foods, and just recognizing how the elders teach us about basically how to attune to the natural world. And so they'll tell us, you know, greet the plants and welcome them. And because they're visitors and they're only going to be here for a short time, give them an offering and give thanks. Tell them what you want to use them for. You know, always having that in mind, you know, that there's a purpose in why we're harvesting. Take only what you need, leave the place cleaner than you found it, and then take the tops off the plants and bury them so that way the plants come back next year. So being a part of that kind of reciprocal kind of relationship that we have with the land and the natural world, and to experience the plants and the land holistically, taking it in, just, I mean, smelling the root field, you know, or if you're picking huckleberries, you know, the soil, and, you know, just a full sensory kind of experience, and them being mindful. In our language, we have a word, nchamnil, which means to be deeply attentive and focused and to be present. And so that's what we invite the children to do, and to harvest with a good heart and a good mind, to always think about, because your energy is going into the foods and you want it to be healing. You don't want to make anybody sick. So then we can help teach the children how to regulate themselves so that they can be present, you know, with a good heart and a good mind. And I'm going to turn it over to Abby, and she'll talk about the neurobiology of brainstem.
Yep. Thank you, Martina. And so, as I had mentioned earlier, every season is crafted with a distinct purpose and intentionality. And the intention in spring is to really support families in expanding their window of capacity to be with themselves in the context of that relationship with Mother Earth. And this is really important because a lot of families are coming to us in the beginning with a lot of complex trauma and attachment wounding. And so families find it really difficult to find safety in relationships, even within a therapeutic context. Here, families start connecting kinesthetically and through the senses in the body, with the land, within the holding of the land. And so there's a lot of this engagement in ancient cultural practices that intrinsically engage the senses of sight, sound, touch, movement, balance, smell, providing that multisensorial experience of connection that many of our panelists have talked about today. And a lot of this, right, was revealed in the dream and in the poem that I shared with you. It was the way that our ancestors had once lived. Families are also really encouraged and gently encouraged to pay attention to both what's happening on the inside, that interoception, and that external stimuli from the natural world. And so it is this dual awareness that really helps them become more in tune with what's happening inside while staying in the present, right? Really important, because we know that how trauma is held in the body, and that re-traumatization and retriggering, how that could happen for families. And so there's these core tribal values that Martina had mentioned around listening and observing, so important and weave throughout all of the seasons. There's also the practices of picking and walking and digging that are repetitive, rhythmic, and relational in nature. This is a lot of the work of Dr. Bruce Perry and his neurosequential model of therapeutics. And we all want to understand that this is what's happening within a culturally meaningful way, right? And it's promoting healing for families from the brainstem up. And it's in direct contrast to cognitive talk therapies. And so here we start to engage families in the first phase of this neuroanatomical sequence of engagement before we move into summer. And Martina will guide us into summer.
And so summer is another exciting time for tribes and tribal communities. It's the time where we start to have powwows, right? So families are kind of setting out their powwow trail, what powwows they're going to be attending to, and those kinds of things. And so that was one of the sessions that we had set up, is actually taking the family to a powwow. And so we're talking about the act of making moccasins, because the elders, they will tell us that what you put on your feet, it symbolizes how we walk in the world. And so with moccasins, it's a ceremonial way, or it's a celebratory way. It's that cultural way, that we look at. So also to express gratitude for the materials. So the deer hide, this is Indian tan deer hide, and the small moccasins, and it feels very soft, like felt. And then looking at as we handle the materials, we want to handle it again with good heart and good mind, because when your energy is going into the material and into what it is that you're making. And then with the deer hide, so if we experience like the softness of the deer hide, and then if it's Indian tan smoked hide, then you're going to smell what smells like a campfire. And so you can imagine just the images and feelings that come through when you smell what smells like smoke from a campfire. And then again, just thinking good thoughts of the person or the child that you're making the gift for. And so the moccasins on the right are mine, and the moccasins on the left I made for my soon-to-be great-grandchild. And as I was making them, just praying and just thinking good things and what I want for him in his life, and those kinds of things. So always just being mindful and keeping those, those thoughts, there, and to be responsible with our energy, but it can be so healing. And so Abby's gonna go ahead and talk about.
Thank you, Tlatzicomati, Martina. Thank you. And so as Martina was sharing, it's not about how do we get to a place of healing, but how do we walk in this world for healing. And so the season of summer really supports parents in the journey from connecting with the land to now connecting with themselves by engaging in the sacred arts. And so this is the season in which the diencephalon, or the midbrain, is engaged, again through kinesthetic, sensory, and bilateral stimulation. We invite parents to gently notice the sensory information that they're taking in from the deer hide, from the beads, from other materials that they're working with. And we also want them to notice how their bodies are moving, right? And that bilateral stimulation that they're feeling in their left and their right hands in the act of creating, right? Whether that be drums or moccasins or other things. And so we're really seeing on a neurobiological and a spiritual level that parents begin to foster this deep connection, this secure attachment with themselves. And that connecting and knowing of the self then serves as the foundation for connecting and knowing others, their children, right? The elders had also shared with us the importance of yoyot. Yoyot meaning the source of spiritual strength with ourselves and in relationship to all relatives. And when parents are making cultural regalia, there is this connecting with spirit through the materials, through the song, through dance at powwows. And it is in this way that then parents start to connect with that inner yo-yo, that inner strength, start to resource as a way of helping them prepare for the coming work of trauma recovery in the fall. One of the things that the arts also do in this season is that it acts as a conduit into contemplative states that allow for relaxation and presence. And it is these states that help soothe the nervous system, that help soothe the lower parts of the brain and lay the groundwork for the ability to regulate the stress response system. And so all of these components are integrated into the season to resource with yo-yo and orient parents for the expression and process of emotions that might be tied to some of the traumatic stories that they're going to be working with and through with their children in the fall. And so this brings us to the fall.
Thank you. So the fall is another harvesting season, and the focus of the fall session is the sense of belonging in a relationship. And so I forgot to mention that in each season there are 8 sessions. And so we just chose harvesting in the uses of wild rose bushes this time. And so we're looking at the harvesting and uses of wild rose bushes. To us, the wild rose bush is a spiritual protection. And so here is where the parents can, in this kind of spiritual way, learn how to protect their children and themselves. The thorns of the rose bush, so the elders will tell us that the thorns are, that the negative energy gets tangled up in the thorns. So we might have a rose branch, and if we're going to have a ceremony or, something, we can go out and we would brush the area with a rose bush just to cleanse it of any kind of negative energy, or especially during funerals, or if we're at a grave site, we always have rose water present, to be able to cleanse ourselves, and because it provides that veil between the spirit world and our mundane world. And so looking at also with the protection piece, these are baby boards that I made for my grandchildren. Actually, they're my grandchildren that are in them. And so if you look at the bow that's on the baby board, that too is made from rose branches. So the rose branches are there to protect them, again, in that spiritual way. But also, if the baby was to fall forward on the ground, that bow would break its fall and protect the baby. And so always, teaching the parents how, like Abigail would say, those that, didn't protect their children, in the past, then they can learn a cultural way of being able to protect them as they move on.
Yeah.
Go ahead and turn over to you.
Thank you, Martina. And so here in the fall, the intention really shifts to facilitating more moment-to-moment interactions for the parent-child dyad and the family system in order to strengthen the bond and the attachment within a cultural context. And so as Martina was sharing, this is a season of harvesting rose hips. So parents are also harvesting hus or bear root, elderberries, tules, Indian hemp. And this gathering then becomes a medium for attunement. And in this sense, the attunement is highly nonverbal. It's felt, not spoken of or thought of, but felt through gathering, through walking together, listening, noticing of biomarkers in children and nonverbal cues. It's also felt in saying prayers in the sessions and singing songs of gratitude in the sessions. And so there's this unique emotional resonance that really transcends conventional talk therapies, which usually fall short with Indigenous families. Here, families may start to feel safer. They may start to feel a sense of belonging in relationship, which we all know ignites cognition. And then parents and children are then able to access those verbal areas, right? The Broca's area, where then the neural pathways are opened up to access more verbal attunement. So they're getting nonverbal and verbal attunement here. This is really quite the opposite of what happens in therapy, right? I think most of us know that families are expected to talk right away about their emotions, when on a neurobiological level, they're not ready to do so. Families in the season are also invited to express emotion, relating to emotions as relatives, which is different because they carry energy and they carry life, right? And so they begin to understand them more as messengers and allowing them to speak to them and allowing them to do what they're meant to do, to move in, through, and out with the aid of plant relatives like rose water.
Mm-hmm.
The parents, this is really important, as Martina had just mentioned, because a lot of families are coming here with a history of CPS involvement or CPS involved already. And so they come with this internalized belief that I'm a bad parent, that I will never be able to protect my children because I haven't been, right? And so this is in direct contrast that we're allowing families to be able to protect and care for their children their way, in a culturally relevant way through the plant relatives. And so now I want to pass it to Martina to guide us in the last season of the year, winter.
Yes, winter. And winter is a magical time, the winter period. There's so many really significant kind of cultural events that are going on. We have the jump dances that we have. We have winter solstice, which we call our Siech Spint, which is our Indian New Year. So it's the beginning of a new year. So we have those ceremonies that are going on. And that what's unique about the winter time, and this goes back to the focus of the sense of belonging and community, is that winter is the only time that we can tell coyote legends. And so this is where communities get together, maybe in a longhouse, and then the elders and those that are storytellers, will start to tell the stories about coyote and how the animals are our teachers. And so they learn about the animal strengths. They learn about relationships between the animals themselves and also the relationship that they have with us as two-leggeds. They learn about how the animals help us. But here was something that I didn't realize until talking with some elders is that it's not like there's a moral to the story, right? It's more like through the story that we're learning about deep ecological knowledge. So there's a story where Coyote is going over the mountain. And as Coyote is going over the mountain, then they're talking about what plants you will see in the story, right? At what elevation. And so all of this really complex, nuanced kind of knowledge comes through these stories in this very entertaining, engaging, because, storytellers, they can, they make all the noises, and everything that they do. And then we learn about the complexity of life lessons because Coyote is the best teacher, because Coyote teaches us sometimes what you don't want to do, right? But the paradox that the elders, they love Coyote, but then they they're like, oh, he's gross and he's manipulative and, selfish. And so how do you hold both of those? Because we're just human creatures, right? We're not perfect. And that's what the stories tell us. So there's so much that comes with that in the wintertime. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. And so we're here at winter, and this is the last sequence of engagement, the prefrontal cortex. And here families may have more capacity, right, as we know, to engage those higher cortical functions like listening to coyote stories, learning the teachings and lessons from animal relatives, really internalizing and relating to those teachings for their own growth. Families here and now may have more capacity to engage in their own narrative practices, so creating and telling their own stories, reflecting their healing journey through the ICHM. There are several traditional practices within the winter season. So storytelling, there's drum making, drumming, there is listening for songs and taking them in, medicine songs for the family, for the people. There are role playing and enactments. And so all of these activities or experiences are really intentional to help families begin purposeful problem solving. Strategizing how to make the drum when there's frustration, what to do with that, sequencing thoughts and actions when they're telling that story, and then making decisions informed by tribal values outside of the sessions. And so here families start to be able to make meaning of their stories, the why, the how, the lessons learned, the way forward. Again, the elders had shared with us that every person is born with a sacred life purpose and with gifts. And so it is here in this season that families may begin to rediscover that purpose and honor the gifts that they were born into, all that was lost through colonization. They're encouraged to live into their purpose and share their gifts, not just for their families, but with and for the community, their tribal communities. One of the things that the elders had also shared with us is this understanding that is sad, that the children are lost because the teachings were never passed down, right? And so it's through the seasons that children are shown and given this traditional knowledge from their parents. And it's in this way that children then become these future keepers and practitioners of sacred knowledge, right? This also marks a time for the winter solstice ceremony. It marks that life transition for the families, that they found a new way, a different way of walking in the world. Extended family and community are invited into the ceremony. And so then what happens is that the healing and growth of the family then becomes the healing and growth of the community. And then that healing and growth for 7 generations past and forward. Because Kasem, give my grandchild a dream. We are. Thank you.
Thank you.
I felt my body changing through the course of these conversations, and it was such a gift, and I'm so appreciative of that. I'd like to invite all of us onto a shared screen panel. Abigail, Dr. Sky, Dr. Linda, Roche, Dr. Martina, so we can have a little bit of a conversation together. So appreciative of everything that's been shared. It'll be weeks or months before I even start to fully synthesize and digest all the things that are now swimming in my mind and in my heart. I wanted to just one thing first before we start our conversation. I just want to make sure I'm addressing you in ways that you prefer. So I just wonder if you go around, maybe starting with you, Roche, and just how do you like to be addressed?
Roche is just fine, and you can use she and her pronouns for me.
Thank you. Sky, Campus, how do you like to be addressed or invited?
That works great, and she, her pronouns.
Wonderful. I keep wanting to say Dr. Martina. And Abigail, how do you like?
Martina's fine. Thank you.
Abigail, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Abigail is just fine. She, hers.
Okay. And Linda?
And Linda and
Linda?
she, hers.
All right. I'm gonna. I prefer to be Ben, if that's okay with you all as well, with he, him pronouns too. The next thing I just want to say quickly is this is hopefully a conversation where if you hear something that sparks a thought for you, that we really move around in the conversation, that it's not so much for one person to respond to any thought or question, but to hear how as many people as want to are moved by something they heard by the last person saying something. Does that sound okay to folks? Wonderful. When we had a chance to chat a few days ago, it felt a little bit like the journey that Martina and Abigail, you took us through in your poem about sort of having a journey and walking along. And now it feels like maybe we are walking along together, all of us. And we're sharing how we're feeling, what we're sensing, what we're seeing as we go along. I really am curious about learning in the moment and learning a little bit down the road, down the path. And I wondered if each of you might share something about something you heard from someone else today that sparked a learning for you, something that you didn't expect to learn, or that surprised you, or that warmed your heart, something that you heard from someone else's presentation that really struck you in a particularly meaningful way. Anyone could start, because I know everybody has been sharing pretty amazing things.
I would be happy to start. Just coming out of the presentation with Martina and Abigail, I really love how you portrayed how we can really think about the collective. And I think that that's somewhere for me to sit with longer and really think about how do we build it in as a collective. I loved your model and really thinking about nature and that connection with nature and community. And I just really appreciate the work that you all are doing, and that decolonizing the work that we do. It really solidified what that means to me.
Beautiful.
I would definitely echo Sky. I just so appreciated the parallel between what it looks like to have these truly culturally relevant tools, but then also this thread of decolonization and collectivism right there. Same with you, Ben. I am going to be digesting and soaking that in for quite a bit. And so I just so appreciated the journey that you all took us on. And I know you only said one, but I gotta
Yeah.
Linda, you had said something in the beginning, and I couldn't quite catch whether you said this is hard work or this is heart work, but either way, I wrote it down of either iteration of that. And just thinking about this work is hard and it is from the heart. I'm going to be playing with those two words for quite a bit, but I wanted to share that too.
I love that, Roche. Thank you. I said hard work, but but what you said is what is the part of that, because I think all of this is it's courageous. It's a courageous journey, and I guess that's the third C I'd add to what I with all of that was shared, you know, and I was thinking about the moccasins, you know, touching the earth, and then the smart room, and then the scenarios, the different adaptations for context and culture relative to a particular child story that was shared, and it's just so that there's not one way. There's many paths, and those moccasins walk many paths, and they intersect in a beautiful way that says to me that you know, and you know this in your heart. Your nervous system tells you that we're where we need to be, and it's. We may not always know exactly where we're going, but we're together on this.
That's lovely. I'd love to invite Martina or Abigail if there's something you heard from one of the other speakers that you wanted to
Yeah, we're here.
I have to say, I loved every presentation. And Roche, I wanted to bring you over to Spokane.
Yeah.
I've been working with OSPI for years, trying to get what you described. Oh my God, I would love that for all of our children and their families. And I'm just like, I was telling Abby, I says, why isn't this coming out of the universities? Just as a basic requirement for teachers, you know, anybody that touches the life of a child, you know, in the schools and things like that. So that was awesome. So I need you over here.
No, we have gone to Spokane quite a bit. So next time we're there, we'll have to connect. And
yes, we'll just invite you, Roche.
Yeah.
We'll just invite you. Okay.
Ben, I know you said a little learning, but I just have to say that, Abigail, when you said you were from the south side of Chicago, my little Milwaukee, Wisconsin self just shone. And so I'm just in awe of all the different parallels and connections that this group has. And I'm just so happy to be here.
I think Michelle Obama said it so beautifully one time. She said, all you need to know about me is that I'm from the south side of Chicago. I was like, yeah.
And Linda, I mean, everything that you shared, I was like, oh my gosh, Abby. So we're like taking copious notes, and and so he gives us ideas, you know, and stuff. So I mean, just, you know, thank you so much. Everything that you presented was just, I just want to be able to revisit it, you know, a few times, you know, and go over it again, because that was a lot of really good information for me in that.
Man. And I'm really looking forward to my dreams tonight, because I just wonder what's going to emerge from this today. Michelle probably has a riddle or has some imagery that will take a bit to unpack.
And
Well,
you want to say something about Sky too, because Sky, we need you
Yeah,
too.
I was about to say something about Sky's piece, maybe it's just continuing on, because
Yeah, it's
Sky, you
like,
brought in these words and these thoughts in ways that are so like honest and powerful. I just love the idea of sensory diet, and I don't think I've really formulated things in that way about what nourishes us through our senses in that particular way. And it's sort of opened up so many different ways to think about things. And I just really appreciate that. And a piece that I wanted you to maybe say a little bit more about, Sky, is that I just got the sense that you're understanding assets in a space and place where so many other people would just be talking about deficits and problems. And I just wondered if you'd share a little bit more, because it was almost super implied in all the things you were saying. But like, how does the idea of strengths and assets fit into your work in the way you kind of approach things?
Yeah, so with all of our trauma work that we're doing, the basic assumption we always make is that our kids are incredibly resilient, and everything that they're experiencing is because of their strengths, that they were able to survive and get themselves through tough times, right? By being able to adjust and adapt.
Yeah.
And it's just leveraging that, right? Like moving into that and walking alongside them as they start to figure out what's working for them and what's not working for them. And I think a big piece of that is just their voice, right? A lot of times our kids will tell us exactly what they need. And I know as an adult myself, sometimes I have to remind myself to like pause and really listen to that instead of making that assumption that I know better or I know more, right? So really leaning into their own voice and listening to what they say they need, and really paying attention to what those behaviors are and what is it communicating. It's all a communication.
Well, I heard that very much also, even in Linda, in the way that you responded to a question about like which tools should I use, you kind of like ask them like they know what they need. Ask them what they need. And I just think that's a really important gift in this kind of conversation. There's not like a regulated A, B, C, D to this, but there's an engaged person there that you're with, right? That has so much of their own to share and give into that space.
Yes, totally agree. And I think too that our nervous systems are constantly changing. What feels right and what might work in this situation today versus tomorrow. And when I was saying culture and context, just hearing the examples, whether we're talking about some land-based approaches or language, or it's allowing it to be collaboratively created with those that we are working with.
I just love that, which all of you are singing a really similar song, and then each piece is also its own revelation. Because when I hear that, I also think so much about, Roché, what you were talking about, sort of pivoting from this fix-it mentality to this relational approach. And it feels like you are probably asking a lot of people who've been trained and steeped in perhaps a highly colonizing and just very outcomes fix-it kind of approach. How do you help people start to guide through and get through that?
I think it starts with looking inward and with ourselves when we're thinking about shifting systems for adults. Or when we're thinking about shifting systems for our kids, it starts with our adults, right? And being able to have them hold that mirror up to themselves is always our first step. I would say, yeah, it starts with them, and it's being patient, and it's using those same tools, those same strategies that we say use with our young people, because I will always say this is human work. This is not just behavior management work.
Yeah.
So when we talk about having grace, when we talk about being patient and seeing strengths, that applies to the adults who are holding these spaces too. And sometimes that can be hard for our adults. And so it's just being that partner, being that that support to them so that they can support other young people.
Oh, that's so beautiful and so like human, as you say. And there are deeper powers involved in what all of you talk about. I think especially about Martina and Abigail's sharings about Yoya, if I've said that halfway close correctly. And that there's almost this reservoir of just universal energy and strength that often it feels like some of this work is about just really tapping into that, capturing, getting into that space of universal strength. You don't have to rely on one being or one set of relationships. I just thank you for expanding my mind into that. I wondered if you'd say more about that incredible universal reservoir of energy that I'm now going to have weird dreams about tonight.
Ricky, go ahead. No, go ahead. Yo.
There's so it's really like so yo, it's like it's actually the Spokane tribal language. And so on our elder committee, we had elders from all the tribes within the region here, both male and female. And so a lot of the model that we developed is in my language, is in Selk'nam, and a lot of the teachings are from my people. But the model itself can be, kind of translated into other tribal languages. And it gives space for the tribes to put in their own teachings so that this feels like this is something, for them, type of a thing. And so just the yo-yo, it was funny because one of the elders, he talks about our yo-yo-ness. He made the word up, I think, right there.
He did.
And we're like, oh, cool. Okay, our yo-yo, it's that strength, that we have, and to be able to kind of carry that, but I think it's, my mother, my grandparents, her parents, her grandparents, and my great-grandparents all went to boarding school. And so there was a lot of abuse, in our family. And I just think about, as we talk about all, what everybody's sharing here, and then and as we look at our model, in a different light, I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, we survived genocide, and massacres and displacement, and they took, children like my mom, and my grandparents and stuff away from their homes. And there was so much abuse, that had happened. And I think about all of the teachings that we have, right? About how we're doing, all of the things that we do within our culture in that way, it's so healing. When we talk about how this is, how we can regulate our nervous system, and there's so many aspects, within our culture, the drumming and the singing, and we're songs for everything. We sing all kinds of songs. There's a song for everything, and the songs come from the trees, and they come out here, and they come to us, and then we bring it in. So this is not something that's coming from us, but they say that the songs are all out here in Kwanam Chin, bringing it into the mouth, and so that we're able to be a part of that larger song, that we experience and stuff. So the sweat lodge, and all about that and what that does to our body and our DNA, because there's so much of the intergenerational colonial trauma and epigenetic trauma. So we have generations that we're trying to heal. And it's really about, how do we, and this is something I was just telling Abby, is that for hundreds of years, they considered us simple-minded, superstitious, and they've told us and convinced us that our culture is not going to be, it's not going to be good for us in the future. They said, this is what they said, let all that is in you die. Because you need to assimilate. And so think about all of what our teachings, and I'm so thankful that they've survived this long. And unfortunately, we've lost a lot of elders over the past years, especially during the pandemic, you know, so that's why we feel such an urgency to, you know, to work with the elders as much as we can and to get this out into the communities the best that we can too. Because I think that that was our resilience, right? That's that yo-yoed, you know, and yaoyauten, you know, it's just kind of, that's our strength. And I think that that's what kept us, like, I can speak my language today. You know, I can practice my traditions, you know, and my daughter, you know, she's a proficient speaker in our language, my grandchildren, you know, and so that's the blessing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just, it really is a blessing.
It's beautiful. I wondered if you just open up and go around. And if it's okay, maybe talk a little bit, to begin with anyway, wherever it goes is cool, but about time. Like, there are probably some folks listening who are just like, I love all this stuff, and then there's a list of time constraints, or I care about this, but I'm supposed to deliver on this by that date. I so love, Martina, you're sort of like, the plan comes up when it's ready, not on a date. I love how much relational work is not on a particular single timeline, Roche. I love that you're moving people through multi-sensory spaces, Sky, and Linda, the ways in which this deeper understanding of what our bodies are doing and feeling, all these things have their own time arcs to them. And I just wondered if we just could get into a conversation about how you help people move away from that, like, how do I find the time to do all these things because they sound really great. I don't know if you've, in your consulting and you're speaking with other people, if that's been a theme that has ever come up for you, but I just would love to hear more from any or all of you about how you approach time in this work, and how you help other people free themselves from the time.
That's the million-dollar question, Ben. I think that a ton of people are wanting to know, because it always comes down to time. And I think, Linda, you had mentioned it, you know, even that 30 seconds that we can gift and really see it as a gift to ourselves, it compounds and it's so impactful. Something that's coming out for me as I think about our young kids or our children, and because they grow up, we tend to think that that's their purpose, right? To grow up. And we have these constraints of time, and we can think about the colonial aspects of it, we can think about the capitalistic aspects of it, but we have these pressures as adults of time that our young people just don't have. And so it makes me want to encourage people to have that insight and that learning from our young people, and just pause and just to gift ourselves that time and that reflection, to notice, to see, to check in with ourselves. But it's an uphill journey, and it's a battle to try to find the time amidst these systems that take away our time, or tell us that we have to prioritize it in a different kind of way.
I'll weigh in. I certainly, and especially because I'm working with schools lately, that is the first comment around this. And it makes me think of the way that in some cultures, such as mine, that we have separated out mind and brain and body, and that causes us trouble, right? You know, because if we look at, and what I was very much hearing, and like, you know, Roche and Sky and Evolve and sharing is it's about wholeness. And so as long as we look at this as something separate to do, as opposed to this is how we live, life skills. So with schools, you know, say, you know, sing it and play it. In music, if there's art class, you draw it. I see teens drawing. They have a core, like autonomic nervous system, and then they decorate. They're great with. Again, they come up with the ideas. I see it, and it's like I would never think of that. Science, that's an easy one. You know, mix it, but just, and even in announcements, could you breathe in announcements? Because when that comes on like boom fit 800 or whatever, it can be quite destabilizing. So that is how, if we integrate it, if we see it part of all its life skills, but if we continue to compartmentalize, which is how I was trained, it will be hard.
Well,
For me, what comes is time can have a very different sense or a definition or understanding depending on people's relationship with time. And I'll talk about more of the Indigenous relationship with time. And Martina, feel free to chime in. But, you know, time for us, for instance, my own ancestors, time was cyclical and it followed a moon calendar. And when I think about just the Indigenous concept of time and the model that we created within the seasons and how time is really embedded within what the natural world is saying in relationship to how we're walking the world. Time can be very different year to year, day to day. I think about our children, who all children have this incredible natural ability to connect with their own biorhythms in a way that I feel like adults, we suppress with coffee.
Right.
And energy drinks, schedules, calendars, that take us away and distract us really and disconnect us from time with the earth, time with the animals, time with the cycles and the seasons and with the planets, because they all work together to create this sense of time that many of us are disconnected from. And so I see how even when I think about early childhood, there's pregnancy. You know, I just gave birth to my daughter last year. And this pressure that sometimes pregnant parents experience in the medical system to give birth at the time that they want you to give birth, instead of listening. And I love what you shared, Roche, because you keep talking about we need to listen to our babies, we need to listen to our youth, and listening to what is happening in utero, what is happening when they're ready to come, and when parent who's pregnant ready to give birth, right? And so we put all of these time constraints that we think are right or effective, but they actually further disconnect us from our bodies and from the natural world. There's a reason why Martina and I had set up the model in the infant and early childhood mental health world. There's a lot of talk about early relational health 0 to 5, DC 0 to 5, you know, all of these things. But in the model, we have it set up for 0 to 7. Because we are listening to the timeline of the children and where they are developing, how they are developing the first 7 years of life before they hit a place of the age of reason. And where in my culture, and I think also in Martina's, we have a ceremony that celebrates children who turn 7, that they're children until they're at a place developmentally through an Indigenous perspective where they can now continue their life with more responsibility in the family. Or more of their role is about thinking of others, empathizing, being in that relationship, that reciprocity relationship. Whereas those first 7 years of life, it really is about holding children sacred and lifting them up to get to the So the concept of time, you know, it's I laugh because this is the world that we walk in. This is the world that Martina and I live in. And it's difficult because there's a tension that we experience with the Western world and this construct that we've created for ourselves that is not healthy for ourselves and that disconnects ourselves. And so then the question is, what do we do about it? Do we want to continue living in this way?
In our language, it was interesting because I learned it as I was doing curriculum development and stuff. And so I was asking about time. And so it's interesting because if I were to say that today, right now I'm running, you know, then that would be the same word as if I ran. And so for us from our worldview that all ages merge in the present. And so this is where it's really important for that, the teaching of Ilhamnil, to be present, because to be aware of your motivations and your intentions, and, because it's going to impact 7 generations in the future. And so what that does is it brings the emphasis back in the present moment. Be in that moment, pay attention to what you're doing, what your intentions are, what your motivations are, and understand that that's going to have an impact, on your decisions, and our children in the future. So, so time has a different kind of meaning.
I love that. It feels very connected to my sense of Sankofa, sort of the simultaneity of past, present, and future, and how that emerges. And I'm really curious, Guy, because I just imagine in the work that Ryther does, people are entering into your space with great urgency, with a great sense of like heightened, even greater than every other constraint that is in this constructed world around time. So how are you helping to move people through that?
I think we have to acknowledge trauma itself kind of gets us stuck in past, right? And when we can't look forward and we can't be present focused, it's really hard to then make active decisions about time and how you're going to be present, right? So even as a system, right, there's a part of a system that's traumatized, right? So part of the work that we're doing is trying to open up that awareness of how do we become present focused? How do we become more in the moment and less worried about what we did or what we didn't do or what we need to do next, right? But really to be where we need to be in that moment. And I think that's a really big conversation because systemically it's incredibly difficult. There's a lot of demands outside of Ryther, inside of Ryther, right? For us, and then, those parallel processes of when I have those demands on my time, how do I then take the time to be really with and present with families and children? So a lot of it is just, I think, building that awareness of how we are responding to time and how that's impacting us individually and then collectively.
Hard. It's a lot. You remind me of another area, just curious of hearing from all of you about too. Also, any other thoughts around how to help other people who are looking for guidance out of this around the time non-continuum that's been created. But I also do also want to know about your own wellness. Like back to my how are you doing? Because there's sometimes a feeling that when you're doing this amazing work, this kind of work that is bringing us back to our souls in so many ways, and you're also moving into spaces where lots of trauma has occurred, and you're not shying away from that. You're not trying to pretend it's not there. It can have an impact on yourselves. So just wondering, you as people, as individuals, how are you navigating the things that you're also trying to help other people with? How are you managing the trauma that you are in proximity to, and those kinds of things? What are you doing? Because you're human also, and you deserve to just take what you need in order to feel well in this time too. Rochelle, I see you coming off mute. So.
Yes. So I can't help but think about the late, great Audre Lorde, right? She says that caring for myself is an act of self-preservation. Caring for myself is political warfare. And I think about these systems of oppression, these structures that that create the adversity, create the trauma, create the stressors that that make us have to fill our cups. And I think holding on to that for myself, that when I rest, when I take time for myself, when I hold up my boundaries, when I model that I care for myself, that's a gift. And that is helping me and supporting me in the midst and the wash of all of the hurt and the pain that can happen. And it's that grace. Again, it's the human work that this is. And so the same thing that I would say to an educator who is may have feeling some of that secondary trauma from their students or their young people is the same thing that I have to tell myself as well. and also holding on to Audre Lorde.
Love it, love it. I feel like this is an odd question in different circles. I sometimes get the response from some spaces where the question can sound like selfishness, or that in some family or culture that is not a thing that you center. And yet I also just know that you're all doing I think extremely challenging work. You're running towards trauma, moving towards trauma. And I also understand if it feels like a concern or question that doesn't jive with what you're about. But I would love to hear any thoughts one way or the other about your wellness in the context of your work.
I really appreciate the question, Ben. I don't think we talk about it enough in the work that we're doing. And it's one of those things that I really hope that as a community, we start to have more conversation around. I know for me, I can be in my head a lot. I can intellectualize a lot, especially in response to the trauma exposures that we experience. So for me, connection into my body is so critical. So I have routines, right, that I build into my life. I make sure I have my time in nature, I'm gardening, I'm doing my own sensory strategies, whether that's those routine proactive pieces, or if I have something on my desk to make sure I can just hold and grab, right, and be in connection. And then community, right? Like who is your community? Where are you getting connection with others? It's pretty critical.
Who tells you they believe in you? Yeah, that's huge, isn't it? I like me some Audre Lorde too, gotta say, Richard. Love to hear other thoughts.
I think Dr. Linda Chamberlain, did you want to go? I saw you unmute.
All right, Martina and Abigail, you go, and then I will. Thank you.
Oh man, yes, I agree with what Sky shared. It's just not something that's talked enough about, and if it is, it's not embodied or continual and sustained. I have more of I guess like all of us here have our own personal practice and collective practice. And one thing, the development of this model was definitely, I think you had mentioned, Ben, the struggle is real. And the struggle was real. Yeah. And it continues to be real. And so, and I'm just so grateful. Sky, you had mentioned connections, just so grateful to be here with Martina, because she's become a real dear, close friend of mine through the work. And those connections are so important when we're doing this kind of work, to be able to do it in community, to be able to do those that we trust and we love and that we feel safe with. Maybe not entirely, because ruptures will happen, but that we could get in it with each other, to get closer, and then move through that. So I'm really grateful for that. But what I really want to share is something a little bit more personal for me. I shared earlier that I just gave birth a year ago, and I am a dreamer. That's been passed on to me by my family. My great-grandfather, great-grandmother, grandparents, they're all dreamers, my aunts and my uncles. And sometimes we get together, and if someone has a dream, we will FaceTime each other and say, and it becomes our conversation. This was my dream, and this means for our family, and this is what we need to do. So for us, dreams hold a lot of medicine and a lot of guidance. And sometimes the dream world can be considered more of the real world than the waking world, or that much the same. And so in dreamland, I had a dream in my 8th month of pregnancy where I was just so anxious, because I am 43 years old, and I was having doctors telling me, are you going to be able to have this baby? Do we need to maybe, have a C-section? All this fear and this doubt of my age and my own innate ability to be able to give birth naturally, then really wrecked me with fear. while creating this model. And so a dream came to me in my 8th month of pregnancy while I was filled with self-doubt and not sure how this was going to go. And my grandfather came to me on my mother's side. His name is Jesus. And he says to me, ten fe, ten fe, ten fe. And that means have faith. And he said it 3 times. And when I woke up, I knew that that was going to be the name of my daughter. That she was going to be the holder, and she was going to be birthed in renewing our faith and our trust that the universe, our world, has its own time, has its own rhythm, and things will go the way they go, and we need to trust in that process. And so her name is Naimi. Her father is Choctaw from Oklahoma. And so Naimi means faith in Choctaw. And when we are in the work and we're feeling that pressure, Rashay, you had mentioned something in your presentation about when do you feel that expansiveness and that contraction, right? And it's this flow that we feel throughout life and through our days when we're working. And I would say that my experience and a lot of experience of my clients and the families that we work with, it's that way. And when I'm feeling that contraction and that pressure for contract deadlines or making this and giving it to families, someone, it's usually someone in my family, says Nayimi, right? Or I think about that dream of my grandfather, and then the trust sets in, and then I'm able to have more expansion. And say, yes, I have some control, but maybe I don't have a lot of it. And I need to just trust in the process. And that allows me to let go and move into spaces a little more settled, calm, connected, with a different sense of time. And sometimes that works and sometimes that doesn't, because I navigate a lot of culinary spaces. But I do feel like this conversation needs to be brought in around these different concepts of time, right? And this trust and trust and overwhelm that we're all navigating. Did you want to say anything, Martina?
For me, and I just discovered this this winter during our winter solstice ceremony. So each year, what we do is we draw names. And so there's like about 35 of us, kids, grandkids, and all of us. We have our own tribe. And so we draw names and then we make a gift for the person that we drew. And it's like in honor of that relationship that we have with them. And so the whole time we're making the gifts, you were thinking about them and praying, and those types of things. And so I made my oldest son, he's in his 40s, I think. And I had a hand drum, and I knew that he didn't have a hand drum. And so I had a hand drum and I painted a black crow that's flying, like it's going to land. And I loved the whole process. I'm like, oh my God, I feel so good. This is so amazing. And I told everybody, I said, I really enjoyed making this gift. It was the most amazing experience. And when I made those little moccasins, as I'm eating, and stuff, I'm like, oh, I love doing this. So I think I discovered what my self-care is really about, that creative expression, in our cultural arts, and just doing art, I feel like, that just feels so like liberating, it just feels wonderful. And so I think art is my, my self-care. Yeah.
Love that. Wow. Well, by your own words, you are very wealthy.
Yeah. Thank you.
I don't know, Linda, you were going to mention something else.
When we all met before the event, I remember it coming up because I wrote it down, that it really starts with us.
Yes.
And I think there's has to be a real honesty there that it often gets missed. And I kind of jokingly refer to myself as a recovering epidemiologist, because I just ignored so much of what we're talking about for the first 2 decades of my work, and I'm around domestic violence and family shelters a lot, and I didn't recognize how things were accumulating. So when I mentioned panic attacks, it wasn't a theoretical thing, and I'm very open about it because I want people to realize how when we don't consider this, when we're Martina, I think you said embodied about this, because I tried a lot of stuff to get better, because it's going to be a career ender, right? And but until I really understood and embodied the work that needs to be done, and now really we need to be very honest and talk about this. I remember colleagues saying to me, "You shouldn't say, if you talk about that, that's going to be a problem." No, you know what? There are so many. It's not just there are many of us, and I think more and more there's more of an honesty actually since the pandemic, a little bit more opening to all of what we're talking about, and also about sharing and such. And so I'll just wrap this with that. I have a whole little routine before every event. I'm drumming on my body, also called tapping, but it's drumming. And I see people, you don't have to do it this way or that way. And I'm I'm sipping, because that's talking to the vagus nerve. So some tea, and I take a walk, and I use some, meditation, which we all have different words for, but we figure out, again, the toolkit to be with this. And because we want to do this work.
I love that. I feel like there's an invitation there to sort of experiment until you find the sensory diet that like fits your life in the right way. I think a little bit about how so I named a center ASHE, which has the worst actual acronym like in the world, but I just wanted to be able to put into the universe this sound ASHE, which is very meaningful to Black communities, as often as I possibly could. And I think some of your comments make me think about just the importance of like expressing something as part of your own strengthening and healing as you go through this work. I wanted to also, I had some curiosity. I think it really lends to some things that all of you said, but especially Roche around, it feels like you're bridging different isms and worlds, that you are actually incorporating deep scientific thought and the deepest like knowledge, cultural knowledge and wisdom. And that's a hard thing for, I think, a lot of people to try to incorporate, to figure out how to do that. When their jobs tell them there's only one set of things that actually really matter. Can you each just say, this might be our last chance to go around, but this thing about bridging, about combining different philosophies, ideas, and incorporating them into your work successfully. And anybody, you all have been teaching me things about that, but I wonder if you could just fill in some more blanks around that.
I'd love to add my thoughts and then would love to hear from everyone else, but it makes me think about how young people and adults interact with each other. That division kind of mirrors other types of systems of oppression or dominations or power structures in our world. And so what I try to do is ask people, how are you noticing the similarities between what's happening in the schoolhouse and then what's happening outside of it? And when you say bridge, for me, it's bridging the connection between these tools that we've learned and we've subsumed on how to be in a relationship, how to move through the world, and how we are passing that on to our young kids and thinking about, what do we want to do differently? Noticing and reflecting, like, where does that impulse to control young people, where does that come from, right? Knowing that control is an illusion, right? And it is also traumatic. It also has a really detrimental impact. I try to think about, like, how do we assist? How do we guide? How do we facilitate instead of controlling young people? And how are we noticing and pausing when those kind of impulses come up in us, and really thinking about how do we shift, do a little something different. So for me, that's the bridge, and noticing that what's happening in the schoolhouse is not happening in a vacuum. What's happening in the community is not happening in a vacuum. It's all interconnected. It's all, again, human work. So the more that we can kind of lift that up and make it known, I think the better.
It's already connected. Yeah. Love that. Other thoughts about like these, in some ways, bridging different worlds for people. I think that's something a lot of people might have curiosity, if not struggle with. I want to call people out, but I feel like, Sky, you are probably busting norms in the way you're approaching work that has had a whole different framework kind of built around it and stuff.
Yeah, I was reflecting on your question, Ben, and I'm like, well, how have I made bridges or sought out bridges, right? And I think for me professionally, as a psychologist, you kind of go through training and you get a certain pathway, right? This is the way you go do it. You go do your evidence-based practices, right? And then my personal life brought me more in contact with other ways of doing things. And it just gave me this opportunity to be able to integrate what I was seeing other places. So I've had the opportunity to watch vision therapists in their work, occupational therapists in their work, SLPs in what they're doing, right? And it's amazing how compartmentalized we all are and how overlapping we all are. And I have learned a tremendous amount just by being curious and engaged with other ways of thinking about things, right? Other ways of understanding. And that's true on the cultural component, right? If I always come at it from my own cultural understanding, I am going to misattune to the needs of the youth that I am walking alongside, right? So engaging through other culture lenses and opening up conversation. Those are the bridges that I've sought out and I think have had the most influence to really get me to really think about the work in lots of different ways and to just get more creative.
Openness and curiosity just feels like it's inherently built into all of your skills. I mean, Linda, the bridges for you, they go to Finland, to places that are named after Japanese terms. They go to Alaska, to the rest of this continent, like and they incorporate so many different ideas. I mean, it feels special. It feels really special.
Well, I do feel like this is where science can help because it can be a bridge. So when there's pushback, I do feel now is the time to the pushback 5 years ago that I would get was tremendous compared to this moment. It just gives me joy and it gives me hope. But especially when there is resistance, I'm like, I'm following the science, and I do therefore think in those circumstances that science can be a bridge, slow as it is, as I meant, saying relative to many cultural traditions that have understood this, for generations, and a lot of the practices that come from that, but also, just telling people, asking people, inviting people to observe and to ask. And because and then they see it in themselves. They see that innate wisdom of the body, and they start listening. So they
I get like goosebumps. That's cool. The sort of watching insight happen, and that's beautiful.
Could we share something? I think for just I'm not necessarily thinking a lot right now. I'm mostly feeling. I'm really, I'm so happy that Martina brought in her practice of the arts, because the arts bring us back to the self in a way that is different when we are convening or grouping and talking about this integration. When we're talking about integration and thinking about it, integration actually isn't happening because we're not feeling it. And so when we're thinking about how do we integrate these worlds, I'm a huge believer, because I'm an expressive arts therapist, and I've been an artist, a dancer, a singer, and visual artist since I was a very, very young girl. And most of my own knowing and transformative process with myself and with others has been within the arts, whether that meant drumming with others, and we transcend time that way. We get in sync with one another. We see each other in a different way. We feel each other, or it's through the arts, and that help us integrate in our body and be present with ourselves and each other in a way that transcends talk, because we can talk ourselves into things and out of things all the time. And I experience many spaces where a lot of talking is happening and thinking about doing things and thinking about changing, and nothing's happening because we're stuck in our own minds.
Right.
And we're not where we need to be, which is in our heart and in our gut. This is where the information comes from, right? There's a saying, "Stimas pu'us," in the English language, which is what is in your heart, right? In Mexican culture, it's all about our corazón, our heart, what is there, right? And then let that speak to you and to others. And I feel like that's where transformation can really take place, and that integration, because it's coming from the senses, that knowing and that intuition that we don't listen to because we're not connected in this way.
Yes. Yes. I feel that we're coming close to our time, and I don't want it to stop. So it won't, in my heart, it won't stop. I'll continue to feel this kind of presence and this space together. And I also know you have all of you, so many more gifts to share. There's this weird root thing happening with ancestors, and with Bruce Perry, and with Nadine Burke Harris, and all these other people that you're channeling. And I'm thinking about what they're thinking about in terms of the ways in which they passed through you onto next generations, the gifts that you're giving. There's so much to consider and think about the way you all are connected to each other. And but for Northwest Children's Foundation, maybe we wouldn't have had a chance to see all these ways in which we're connected. We're deeply connected. And I think that's so powerful. I'm really thankful to all the staff and everybody to make an event like this possible, because we get to be here at the convenience of the efforts of many, many people who allowed us to share space like this. And I'm so thankful for an audience who gets reminded every year that I should stick to my day job as a pediatrician and not try to be a panel facilitator. But you all did all the work yourselves to really bring your gifts, and I appreciate that. I want to hand it back over to Victoria, but my heart is full, and I am so grateful to all of you.
Thank you. Abigail, I'm so glad you let me off the hook, and that really you can't have integration until you go into your gut and to your heart, because all I have really right now is to say, wow, just wow. Ben, Linda, Abigail, Sky, Roche, Martina, thank you so much for your beautiful presentations and sharing of not only your expertise and your wisdom, but also just deep gratitude for the generosity of how you shared of yourselves. I think I can safely speak for all of us out here that we feel uplifted, we feel inspired, enlightened, and a whole host of probably other feelings. But today was really memorable indeed. Roche, thank you for sharing the resiliency window and how we can really learn how to stretch it, and Marshawn's journey of becoming seen. Sky, so helpful to learn about the sensory diet. Like Ben, I had not thought about it in those terms, and the felt sense of safety. And it was great to see all the different sensory spaces that you showed in your PowerPoint that you have built for the kiddos at Ryther. It looks really fun for adults too. And Martina and Abigail, it's been so great to get to know you. Thank you for sharing the meanings and intentionality of each of the seasons, coming back to self and being in relationship. And of course, the baby is at the center of everything. That just says it all. Thank you all so much. It's kind of hard, as Ben said, to end and to leave, but I know that we'll keep connecting. I want to thank our audience for attending. We appreciate you and your time. If you found today's forum valuable, please share about it with others. Our registration is staying open for those who want to sign up to access the recordings and those feedback forms. Let us hear from you. We need you to inform us, and you'll receive Linda's resource list and a chance to receive one of the copies of her book. And lastly, if you'd like to do a deep dive with Linda, signups for the small group workshops are on the events page. And with that, a big thank you to you all. We will see you next year.